Have you ever tried to schedule a meeting and ended up in a time zone you didn't know existed? You think you've booked a call for Tuesday, but your calendar actually saves it for next Thursday at 3 am during your beach vacation? Yeah, we've all been there. Or maybe you've played the never-ending game of email ping pong. Does Tuesday at 2 work for you? How about Wednesday at 4? Actually, how is 2037 looking? Well, the chaos stops here, because today you're gonna build and deploy your own scheduling app, one that helps people book meetings in just one click and no psychic powers required, just like Calendly, the scheduling tool loved by millions around the world. Now imagine building something like Calendly, but you made it. That's right. Say hello to Calendra, a full-stack scheduling app built to help people manage their time, create events, and let others book meetings with ease. And yes, nobody will get meeting reminders while they are in REM sleep mode. Hello and welcome to our brand new course. I'm Noor, a software engineer and the lead instructor at Programming Fluency, and I'm super excited to guide you through this journey. In this course, you're gonna build and deploy a Calendly clone using Next.js 15. And here is a quick look on what we are gonna do. Start off strong with a sleek landing page that doesn't scream template from 2010. Set up authentication using Clerk so users can register, log in, and feel like they own the place. Build beautiful nav bars because, let's be honest, lost users don't book meetings. Create an events page where users can set up their own events. Build a schedule page so users can define their availability and look very professional. Launch public profile pages so users can share links and let anyone in the world book meetings with them. And finally, we're gonna add Google Calendar integration using Google APIs so meetings actually show up where they should. And we're gonna build all of this using TypeScript for clean and type-safe code, React 19 for interactivity and seamless user experience, Tailwind CSS version 4 for styling, because let's be honest, writing vanilla CSS is like writing code on a typewriter. Chat-cn UI components for that polished modern feel, Neon as our Postgres database, and Drizzle ORM for type-safe queries. By the end of this course, you won't just have another portfolio project. You're gonna have a real application that solves real problems and showcases your full-stack skills. So, if you're ready to level up and build something impressive, come join me and let's build something amazing together. Hey everyone! Before we jump into building our Calendra app, let's take a quick peek at what we're gonna make. This app is all about making it super easy to schedule meetings, keep track of availability, and stay on top of things. No more endless back and forth messages. So let's check out how it all comes together. If a user is opening our application for the first time ever, they are going to see this landing page. And here they are gonna get the option to sign in with Google. Of course, if you're using the Calendra app, you have to have a Google account, okay? Because this app will be synchronized with the Google Calendar. So the only option any user will have to sign in or register a new account is using their Google account, okay? So here I can choose to continue with Google, sign in with Google, or I can choose to sign up, whatever. This will take me to the register page, or I can sign in. Also, it's gonna take me to the login page. See here, this is the login routes, and if I click on sign up, it's gonna take me to the register route. And of course, as you can see, our application is deployed to the internet. So I'm gonna continue with Google, verify you're human. Then after I sign in, I'm gonna be redirected to the events page. Let me go to full screen. Okay, right now I'm viewing the events page. And as you can see, this is the nav bar, the logo. Those are the nav links. We have my events, my schedule, and public profile. And here we have the user button. If you click on it, you're gonna get a user panel like that, where you can manage your own account, or you can even sign out. Let's sign out. And let's log in one more time. Alright then, now we are in the events page. Of course, we don't have any events yet. So we have to create our first event to get started. But before we do that, let's take a look at the public profile page. Of course, since we don't have any events yet, it's gonna tell me no events available at the moment. So let's go ahead and create our first event. I'm gonna click here on new event. Let's name that event code and coffee chat. And here we can set the duration of the event. For that event, I'm gonna set it for 30 minutes. And here we can type any description we want. Let's say a casual hangout for developers. Let's correct that. Okay. Okay, let's say a casual hangout for developers to talk about code, share ideas, and get feedback on projects. Of course, over coffee. So yeah, this is our first event. And the description is gonna be optional, by the way, and you can set your event to active or not active. Let's set that event to active. And then click save. Of course, you can cancel creating your event from here. And also you can click save to save your event. And there you go. We have our event here on the events page. I can edit the event in any way I want. I can make it not active. I can delete it if I want. Let's delete it. And we are back to not having any events. So right now, let's recreate that event. And let's click save again. Alright then, let's create some other events. Here, for example, I want to set that event to 1 hour, 1 hour paired programming session. So if here I say 60 minutes, and then click save, it's gonna be translated to 1 hour here on the events page. And also here, as you can see, we have that event intro to JavaScript workshop. It's translated to 1 hour 24 minutes and so on. Now I want to create a 15-minute intro call for 15 minutes. But let's say that I want to make that event inactive for a while. Okay, let's say I'm not ready for a 15-minute intro call these days, but I'm gonna be ready for it in a few days, okay? So let's click save. And as you can see, when we go to the events page, we get that event here without the copy link button because this event is not active. Let's add our last one. Here, this is a podcast guest interview. I'm gonna make it 95 minutes. And this is the description. Click save. And there you go. Those are our events. Of course, we are having an event card for each event. So right now, if let's say I copy that link, it's gonna tell me link copied successfully. And right now I want to send that link to anyone in order to be able to book that event with me, okay? I like football, by the way. Let's say that I have some friends who like football as well, and they want to book 45 minutes with me to watch big games together. As I told you, I'm gonna copy that link, and let's say that I have a friend here who're gonna paste that link in their browser, click enter, and of course, that friend doesn't have to be a user of our app. As you can see, they are directed to the event page without signing in. And this is, by the way, the nav bar for the public view. We're gonna have a public nav bar, which has login and register, and a private nav bar, which we already saw. So right now, as you can see, let's say that my friend want to book that event with me. It's gonna take him to the event page, and here it's telling him book that event with Noor Fakhri, but at the moment he's currently booked up. Please check back later or choose a shorter event. Okay, why is that? Why he's seeing this message? Because I didn't set my schedule yet. For now, I don't have any schedule. So I'm gonna go ahead to the My Schedule page, and let's say that I am available on Tuesdays from 12 p.m. to, let's say, 1600, which means 4 p.m. And let's say that I'm also available on Fridays, okay? Let's say from 9 to 5, okay? I'm gonna click save. And right now I get schedule saved successfully. So if I go back here to that page and my friend reloads his page, as you can see, my friend here gets a form where he can book that event with me. Here the time zone is gonna be the time zone where the user actually in. Of course, I live in Cairo in Egypt, so this is why I'm getting that time zone. If someone lives in the United States, for example, they are going to get the United States time zone and so on. We're gonna apply all of that logic ourselves, okay? I hope you're excited. So, here I'm gonna pick a date. As you can see, only Tuesdays and Fridays are available. And we have that availability up to 1 year, by the way, okay? We're gonna make that availability schedule up to 1 year. So, right now we are in May 2025. We're gonna get availabilities until May 2026, okay? So let's choose that day, Tuesday 20th of May. And then here I'm gonna select a meeting time. Of course, those are the available time slots that I have set in my schedule. I'm gonna choose that time, whatever. And here, let's say that my friend's name is Leo Messi. Okay, of course, Messi is my friend. And here I'm gonna create a temporary email. And then I'm gonna copy that email and paste it here. And here, let's type anything. Let's say that Leo Messi is telling me, let's watch the FC Barcelona game together. And then Leo Messi is gonna click on book event. He's gonna get that interface, and then he's gonna be redirected to a success page saying successfully booked football match event, whatever, with me. And then we're gonna tell him that he should receive a confirmation email. So let's go back here to our temp mail page. We should receive a confirmation email here. Okay, we're not getting the confirmation email because I'm using a production application and the application is not published yet in the Google API. So I'm gonna use the local project. I'm gonna open my old project. By the way, this is the source code for the old project. I'm gonna start the development server. I'm gonna type npm run dev, and I opened localhost 3000 here. This is the local development server. I'm gonna sign in, and I get my events here. So I'm gonna copy the link one more time. And then I'm gonna go back here, paste the link, but here I'm using the local development server, localhost 3000. There you go. We're getting the event page. Let's book the event one more time. Choose 20. Meeting time, anything. Okay, 1:15 again. Name Leo Messi. Copy that email. Paste it here. Notes. Let's watch the FC Barcelona game or match together. Book event. Okay, hopefully we receive a confirmation email now. Alright then, we get the confirmation email. And in that confirmation email, the event details. Right now, Leo Messi can choose to say yes, he's attending that email. And then he's gonna get that page from the Google Calendar APIs from Google itself. And right now, let me go to my calendar, choose May 20th. As you can see, the event is booked here on May 20th between Leo Messi and me. And this is the event details, football match, blah, 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 whatever. And those are the notes that he has written to me. So yeah, it didn't work from the production app before because, as I told you, we need to publish that production app in the Google APIs. I'm gonna show you how to do it while we're developing the application. But right now, let's continue exploring our application. Here we've already seen the My Schedule page. Let's check public profile page. Okay, right now I'm viewing my public profile. I'm gonna get that message. This is how people will see your public profile. This is a button to copy the public profile URL. If I click on it, I get that toast message. Those are my public events. If I give that public profile link to anyone and they use that link, they're also going to view my public profile, and then they can select whatever event they want and then book that event the same way we did before. So yeah, that's it. This is a pretty complex project, I know, but I promise you I'll teach you everything step by step so you don't feel any of these complexities, and hopefully everything will be very simple to you. So enough of me talking and let's get started. And now let's bring the Calendra app to life. And we're gonna kick things off by setting up our project. And since we're using Next.js 15 as a full stack framework for Calendra, the first step is to get Next.js installed and ready to go. So let's create a new project from scratch. Create a new folder here in your desktop. And let's name it Calendra App. And then let's open a Visual Studio Code new window. And then open that folder using VS Code. And then inside of VS Code, let's open our terminal. And if we go to Next.js official documentation, click on Get Started, then choose Installation. You can see that in order to install a new Next.js project, we're gonna need to type that command, npx create next app at latest, which is gonna make sure that you have the latest version of Next.js. Right now, the latest version is Next.js 15, but let's say that you are viewing this video while Next.js 17 or 18 is out there. That command is gonna make sure that you get that latest version, okay? So let's copy that command and let's go back to our terminal and paste that command. But I'm gonna add ./ in order to install that project inside this directory, okay? The Calendra App directory. Then press enter. Then you're gonna get that error. There is a conflict here because the project wanna create the .dist directory and we already have a .dist directory here that was created automatically, so just delete that folder. And then type the command again, press enter. It's gonna ask you several questions. Would you like to use TypeScript? Of course. Say yes. ESLint? No. Tailwind CSS? Of course. Source directory? No. App router? Yes. Turbo pack? Yes. Customize the import alias? No. Leave it as it is. And now it's installing the Next.js project. Installing dependencies like TypeScript, React, and so on. And there we go, we have our Next.js project. Now let's start the development server by typing npm run dev. Press enter. It's telling me that port 3000 is in use. And this is because we have the development server running here in the old project. Let me close it. And then let's go back here, close the server and run it again. And right now it's running on localhost 3000. So let's open the browser, go to localhost 3000. And this is the Next.js official starter template. Of course, we're gonna change all of that. So let's go here. First of all, let's delete all of these files inside of the public directory. And right now we have an app directory. This is the home page, the page.tsx file. This is the page that we're seeing right now. Let's remove everything from here. And for now, let's type Calendra App. Click Save. We get Calendra App here. Let's test if Tailwind CSS is working. I'm gonna add a class name. Let's say font bold. Text, let's say 5x large. Text center. Click Save. There you go. Tailwind CSS is working just fine. This is the layout file. It's gonna contain the layout of our application, the global layout of our application. And this is the globals.css file, which is gonna include all the global styles for our application. And of course, this is the Favicon file. We're gonna delete it and we're gonna create our own Favicon later, okay? So now let's go back quickly to our layout file and let's work on our metadata here, which by the way is super important, okay? If you want your application to be properly recognized and indexed by search engines like Google, Bing, and so on. So here in the title, I'm gonna type Calendra. Click Save. I should get it here. Okay, while it's reloading, let's remove that description. And I'm gonna add a new description here. Description for search engines like Calendra is a simple and efficient calendar app, and so on. And right now, the title is reflected here, Calendra. And if I inspect the page, go to head element. Here in the meta, the title is Calendra, and this is the description that we wrote here, this one. And now our project is ready, and we can start working on our logic right away. Since we are developing a sensitive app like Calendra that will handle users' meetings and schedule, and it will integrate with their Google Calendar, which means we're gonna need access to their Google account, right? In that case, we're gonna need to develop a strong authentication logic that will handle all of this. And actually, we're gonna depend on a very strong service called Clerk. So let's go to the Clerk documentation, go to clerk.com, and then sign in with your account, or create a new account if you don't have one. I'm gonna sign in with Google, and there we go. This is the old project, and here I'm gonna create a new application. Let's name it Calendra, and choose only to sign in with Google. Okay, that's good. Then click on Create Application. And then let's go to Configure. And then here in the email, phone, username, we just want to add the ability to add a name here. Yeah. This will allow users to set their first and last name. So click Save. And let's go back here to Overview. Then choose Next.js. It's gonna give you a guide on how to use Clerk and install it locally. First of all, we need to install Clerk, so copy that command. And let's go back to our terminal, open a new terminal, and let's paste that command here, press enter. And now Clerk is installed. And now let's go back to the documentation. The second step that we need to do is to set up your Clerk API keys. So copy also these environment variables and put it in your .env file. So let's go here to our project, create a new file and name it .env and paste these variables inside of it, click save. And then step number 3 is to update or create a middleware.ts file. So copy the name of the file from here and let's go back here, create a new file and name it middleware.ts. Then copy all of that code and paste it here. Click save. But here we're gonna need to add some code because we wanna protect the private routes and only allow access to public routes. So how are we going to do that? First of all, we're gonna create a const named isPublicRoute, which is gonna include all of our public routes. And we're gonna use a method named createRouteMatcher, of course, coming from Clerk. And by the way, if you wanna auto-import anything in Visual Studio Code, just highlight the element or the function that you wanna import, and then click on your keyboard on Control and space together. Then it's gonna open a menu for you like that, telling you that this method is nested inside that package at clerk/next.js/server. Choose it and it's gonna auto import it for you. And here, instead of just saying export default Clerk middleware, we're gonna add this code to the Clerk middleware function. We're gonna give it a callback function that takes an auth and request, and inside of that callback function we're gonna say if the request the user is trying to make is not a public route, call auth.protect, meaning that if this is not a public route, I need you to protect that route. Okay, but what's gonna happen when Clerk protects your private routes? It's simply gonna redirect the user to the login or the register routes, okay? Now click Save and close the middleware file. And then here in the .env file, let's add these environment variables. The next public Clerk sign-in URL. This is the sign-in URL /login. And this is the sign-up URL /register. And here in the sign-in force redirect URL, we are redirecting the user after sign-in to the events page. And we're gonna do the same after the user signs up, okay? Now click Save. And finally, our last step is to wrap our whole application in a Clerk provider like that. So copy that and let's go to our global layout. And let's wrap everything inside a Clerk provider coming from Clerk Next.js. There we go. Now click Save. And now let's create the auth route. We're gonna create it inside of the app directory in a route group like that. We're gonna create parentheses and say auth. And if you're not familiar with the route groups, it simply prevents the folder name from being included in the route's URL path. Meaning that when I create a new folder under auth, under that auth route group named login, I can go to login right away. I don't need to type auth here, okay? Next.js is gonna ignore the word auth and use the route /login right away. So here inside of the login folder, we're gonna create another folder and we're gonna catch all routes like that by typing square brackets wrapped inside another square brackets like that, and then type 3 dots like that, and then type login again. And then we're gonna create another route for register. And we're also gonna create a catch all route inside of it, 2 square brackets like that, then 3 dots or 3 periods, and type register. And inside of the login folder, we're gonna create a page.tsx file. And also inside of register, we're gonna create a page.tsx file. There we go. Now let's create that login page. We're gonna say export default function login page. And this function is gonna return a next image like that coming from next image, which is gonna render our logo. So from where are we getting that logo? I'm gonna go here to my old project, go to public assets. I'm gonna copy the assets folder and just paste it here in the public directory. And of course, for you, you can find these assets, the logo and the other icons. You can find them in the source code of this course. And you're gonna find the link for the source code in the description of this course, okay? So again, here in the login page, we are rendering the logo in a next image like that. And here we are rendering a sign-in component coming from Clerk. It's a user interface component that will allow users to sign in to their accounts. And this is the styling for the page. Flex call, items center, padding 5, gap 10. And we're gonna give it animate fade in. Let's create that animation. So we're gonna go to our globals.css file. And let's go here and add this animation, which is the animate fade in. Now click save. Let's go back to the login page. Click save as well. And now let's open our application. Go to /login. And look at that. We have our login page. This is the logo. And this is the sign-in component. This is coming from Clerk. And as you can see, there is a fade-in animation when I reload the page. This is coming from the animation that we just created. And let's also add that animation to all of our application, which means that we're gonna go to the global layout file and add that animation, animate fade in. Click save. And now let's go ahead and create the register page. Right now, if I go to register, it's gonna tell me not found, or that error. It's simply because we didn't create that page yet. So let's go to the register page. And by the way, if you wanna go to any file in your application in Visual Studio Code, there is a shortcut. You can click Ctrl plus the letter P, and then type the name of the file, like in that case, I did type register, and then choose that file. And then here, let's create the register page. We're gonna say export default function register page, which is gonna look exactly like the login page. It's gonna render a next image to display the logo. But here we're gonna render a sign up component, not sign in, also coming from Clerk, and everything else is the same. Now click save and reload the register page. And there we go, we have the register page here. If I click here on sign in, it's gonna take me to the login page. If I click here on sign up, it's gonna take me back to the register page. Alright, now that we've got the foundation set up and authentication ready to go, it's time for the fun part, which is designing our landing page. This is the first thing users will see. So let's make it clean, welcoming, and visually engaging. Let's bring some personality to Calendra and make a great first impression. First of all, we're gonna go to the home page. Let's remove that and call this home page. And let's remove that. And also that. And here we're gonna say, if there is no logged in user, return a landing page component. Okay, but from where are we getting that user? How are we gonna know if there is a logged in user or not? Simply here we're gonna say const user equals to await current user coming from Clerk Next.js server, and this is a function we have to call it. And since we are using await here, we have to make this an asynchronous function. And of course, we're gonna define that landing page in a minute. So again, here we're saying if no user, render the landing page. Otherwise, we're gonna redirect the user to the events page. And we're gonna use a method from Next.js called redirect. And that redirect is gonna come from Next navigation, like that. Now let's create that landing page component. Copy that, and let's go here to the root directory, create a new folder, and name it components. And inside of it, let's create a new file and name it landingpage.tsx. And now let's create our landing page. First of all, we're gonna make this file as a client component by typing use client at the top of the file. And then here we're gonna say export default function landing page. And here I wanna return a main element like that has these styles: flex, item center, padding of 10, gap 24, animate, and in the small screens, medium screens, and below, we're gonna have a flex call, okay? And then here I'm gonna render a section that will have heading, subheading, and an illustration image. Also, it's gonna have these styles. And then here we wanna render the logo. So we're gonna render a next image coming from next image. Its source is gonna be the logo file. Now let's save all of that, import the landing page in order to see our progress. Save and go to the home page. There we go. This is our logo. Of course, we're not logged in. This is why we are seeing the landing page component. Then under the image here, we want to render a main heading saying your time perfectly planned. Let's save. Okay, nice. Of course, that heading is gonna have these styles. And below it here, we're gonna have a subheading displaying that text. Save. Okay, nice. And here we're gonna have our illustration image. This is also coming from our assets. Again, I'm reminding you, you can find these assets in the source code, and you can find the link for the source code in the description of this course, okay? Click Save. There we go, I'm getting the illustration. And then we're gonna go below that section, and we wanna render the Clerk sign-in component. Of course, that component is coming from Clerk Next.js. And here we are using a theme from Clerk, but we have to install Clerk themes first. If you go here to Clerk documentation, go to docs, and search for themes, you can see that Clerk has many themes like dark themes, shades of purple, neo-brutalism, and so on. So in order to be able to use those themes, we're gonna need to type that command. So copy it, and let's go here, open the terminal and paste that command, press enter. And there you go, now I can import that theme from Clerk themes. Now if I click save, we can see the sign-in component here. And as you can see, it looks different from the components that we render in the sign-in and register pages because we're using a Clerk theme here. And here we are saying routing hash because we're using the sign-in component in a route that's not a catch-all route. Let me show you what I mean. Let's comment that for now. Click save. And we're gonna get an error here. See, we have one issue here. It's telling you that the sign-in component is not configured correctly. And this is because the home route is not a catch-all route. Before, when we used sign-in and register components here, remember we defined those routes as catch-all routes. And that's why we were able to use that component without the routing hash property. But here, since the home route is not a catch-all route, we have to say routing equals to hash. And there we go, this is our landing page. Of course, it's displayed as flex call here because this is a small screen. Let's make it large. And we get our landing page here. And now that we've laid the foundation of our app, it's time to set up the database for this project. And we're gonna be using Neon as our Postgres provider. And we're gonna use Drizzle ORM for type-safe, developer-friendly way to work with our database. So, first of all, let's go to Neon, log into your account or create a new account. And then let's create a new project from here. Let's call it Calendra. Then click Create. And then click on Connect. And then we're gonna need that connection string. So copy it. And then let's go to our project, to the .env file. Then paste that connection string here. And we're gonna save it in an environment variable named database_URL. Now click Save. And you're good to go. You've created a Neon project very easily. Now let's set up Drizzle. Go to their website, search on Google for Drizzle ORM, or go to orm.drizzle.team, and then click on Get Started, then choose Neon, and then scroll down here until you find the installation commands, and then we're gonna need to install these packages. Okay? So first of all, copy that command, leave out the .env, we don't need it, copy that, and then let's go back to our app and paste that command, press enter. Now it's installed. And then also let's go here and copy that command and leave out that tsx, also we don't need it, and paste it here as well, then press enter. And now we are all set up. Let's close all files. And let's go here to the home directory and create a new folder. And let's name it Drizzle. And then inside of that Drizzle folder, we're gonna add a new file. Let's name it db, which is short for database.ts. And this file is gonna be responsible for establishing the connection with our database. Okay? Press enter. And then, first of all, we're gonna need to initialize the Neon client using the database URL from our environment variables or from our env file. This is why we're gonna say const SQL equals to Neon, and that Neon is gonna come from that package at Neon database /serverless. And then after that, we're gonna need to create and export the Drizzle ORM instance with the Neon client and schema for type-safe queries. How are we going to do that? We're gonna export a const named db, which stands for our database, equals to Drizzle, and we're gonna get that Drizzle from that package, Drizzle ORM Neon HTTP. So here we're gonna initialize that Drizzle instance using the SQL const that we defined earlier, and its second argument is gonna be an object taking our schema. Okay, but from where are we getting that schema? This is why we're gonna need to create a new file here under Drizzle named schema.ts. And before creating our schema, let's import it here. In the db.ts file, we're gonna say import all as schema from schema /schema. Click save, and now let's create our schema. Inside of this schema, we're gonna need to create our tables, our database tables. And obviously we're gonna have several tables, right? So the first table is gonna be the events table. It's gonna have fields like name, description, and duration. So in order to create an event table, we're gonna say export const event table equals to something called pg table, and this is a function, and that pg table stands for Postgres table, and it's gonna come from Drizzle ORM Postgres core. And this function is gonna take two arguments. The first one is gonna be the name of the table in the database, which is events. And the second one is gonna be an object, which is gonna contain all of our fields. And the first field is gonna be ID, of course. Each item in any table, in any database in the world should have a unique ID. And this is why we're using a package called UUID, or a function actually called UUID. Also, it's gonna come from Drizzle ORM PG core. So this function, UUID, is gonna give a unique ID to each item in the events table. So as you can see here, unique ID with default UUID. And then we're gonna call that function primary key, which is gonna make that ID the primary key of that table. And then we're gonna say .default random. And that function is gonna automatically fills this column with a randomly ID if no value is provided. So again, this is our first field. The next field is gonna be name, which is gonna be a text also coming from Drizzle ORM Postgres core. Okay, this is the event name. And not null means that this field is required. It can't be null. And that name means that the field is gonna have the name. Okay? And here we're gonna provide a description field, which is also gonna be a text with the name description. And it's gonna be an optional description since we didn't say not null. And then we're gonna need to define the duration of the meeting in minutes. So it's gonna be an integer coming from also Drizzle ORM PG core. This is going to be its name, and also it's gonna be required. It can't be null. And then we're gonna need the Clerk user ID, which is the ID of the user who created it from Clerk. We're gonna take his Clerk user ID. It's gonna be a text. Its name is Clerk user ID, not null. So you know the drill. And then we're gonna need to know if that event is active or not. So we're gonna say is active is a boolean, and that boolean also coming from PG core, and its default value is true. And then finally we're gonna need to know when that event was created or updated. And since we're gonna use those two variables a lot, we're gonna define them here in the top. We're gonna say const created at equals to a timestamp. It's a timestamp coming from Drizzle ORM PG core. It's required, and we're gonna default it to now. The default value is gonna be set to now, okay? And then we're gonna say const updated at equals to a timestamp also. Its name is updated at. It's required, it's gonna be default to now. And on update, meaning that whenever it's updated, we're gonna return a new date. So it's gonna automatically update to current time whenever an update happens, okay? Now click save. And then we're gonna need to create an index for faster querying. We're gonna need to create an index on that table for faster querying. So we're gonna add a third argument here saying take the table and then index it using the table.clerk user ID by using that on function, and we're gonna give it that name, clerk user ID index. And then we're gonna import this function also from Drizzle ORM PG core. And now I think we're done with this event table. And the second table that we're gonna need to create is schedules table. We're gonna need to define schedules table, one per user with time zone and time stamps. So you know the drill. We're gonna say export const schedule table equals to a PG table named scheduled, which is gonna have ID, time zone, clerk user ID created at, and updated at. And then our next table that we're gonna need to define is schedule availabilities, which is gonna store available time slots per day. So also we're gonna say export const schedule availability table equals to a PG table that has ID, schedule ID, but that schedule ID is gonna be a foreign key from the schedule table. And this is why we're gonna need to say dot references the schedule table dot ID. And then we're gonna say on delete cascade, meaning that we're gonna need to cascade delete when schedule is deleted. So if a schedule is deleted from the schedule table, the related schedule availability table item is gonna be deleted with it, okay? And each availability is gonna have a start time and an end time, which is gonna be text, and they are going to be required. And then, of course, we're gonna need the day of the week, okay? It's gonna be equals to a schedule day of week enum. So let's define that. We're gonna go up here and define a Postgres enum for the days of the week. Of course, this is short for enumeration. And we're gonna use a function named pg enum coming from PG core, Drizzle ORM PG core, which is gonna have the name day. And here inside of the table, we're gonna name it that day of the week. We're gonna name it day of week. But the enum itself is gonna have the name day. And we're gonna get these values for that enum from a const or a variable named days of week. But from where are we getting that const? Actually, we're gonna create a folder here named constants, and inside of it we're gonna create a new file named index.ts, and here we're gonna say export const days of week in order, and then we're gonna provide an array that contains each day of the week, and we're gonna export it as const, meaning that each value of these values is gonna be a constant itself. Save it, close that file, and now let's import it. So again, here we're creating an enum in our Postgres database that has the name day, which only accepts values from that days of week in order. Okay? So it can only take values from this array. It's like telling my database create an enum type called day that only have one of those values. And now if we go back to the schedule table and take a look at it, you can imagine that each schedule table can have many availabilities, right? And this is called a relation. In the world of databases, this is called a relation. And this is why we're gonna need to create a relation between these two tables. So let's go here below the schedule table and create that relation. We're gonna define a relationship for the schedule table in which a schedule has many availabilities. So we're gonna say export const schedule relations equals to relations. This is a function coming from Drizzle ORM, which is gonna create a relation between the schedule table and the schedule availability table, and that relation is gonna have the name availabilities, and of course it's a one-to-many relationship, and this is why we're saying here many, and here also we're gonna call the many function. So in short, this creates a one-to-many relationship between the schedule table and the availabilities table. But is this the only relation that we're gonna need to create? Actually, no. We're gonna go down here and create the reverse relationship in which each availability belongs to one schedule. And here the fields are gonna be schedule availability table.schedule ID, which is gonna reference the schedule table.id, which is the foreign key. So to sum up, this schedule relations will create a relation between a schedule and the schedule availability table in which each schedule can have many availabilities. And this schedule availability relations sets up a reverse relation where we can go from a time slot back to the full schedule it belongs to. I hope it's clear by now. Now we're done with our schema, click Save. And finally, we're gonna need to go to the package.json file and then go to the scripts and add those three scripts. db generate, which is gonna generate our schema, and then db migrate, which is gonna migrate our schema, and then that db studio is gonna open an interface to view our database. But before we run these commands, we have one final thing to do, which is to create a Drizzle config file. So let's go to the home directory, create a new file, and name it drizzle.config.ts. And then let's add this code to it. We're gonna define our database URL variable from our .env file. And then we're gonna say if the database URL doesn't exist, through a new error. And then this is just a configuration code. We're defining the path to our schema, the directory where Drizzle will output migration files. We're specifying that we're using PostgreSQL. We're enabling strict mode for stricter validation and type safety. Here we are enabling logging, and here we are passing in the database credentials, which is the database URL, the connection string. Now click Save, and let's run this command. Copy it, open the terminal and type npm run, and then type db :generate. Press enter, and it was generated successfully. As you can see, a new folder inside Drizzle named migrations was created. And now let's copy the migrate command and type npm run db migrate, which is gonna migrate our schema. If you open this file here, you can see that the Drizzle code that we wrote has been translated into PostgreSQL here. And finally, we're gonna run this command, npm run db studio, npm run db studio, press enter, and it's telling you that you can view your database from this URL. Let's click on it, and this is our database. We have 3 tables: events, which has ID, name, description, and so on; schedule availabilities table, and schedule table. And by the way, we can view it also from here in our Neon dashboard. Go to your project and go to tables, and also you can see your tables here. And now our database is ready. Let's move on to the next step. And now that our database is all set up, let's head back to the front end and start by creating 2 navigation bars. One for the public view, for people who are not signed in, and another one for authenticated users. First of all, we're gonna need to create a route group here named main. Okay, created under the app directory. And that main directory will contain all of our main logic of the app. So first of all, let's create a layout file for it. Inside of it, let's create a layout.tsx. So here, let's create that layout, export default asynchronous function main layout. And of course, since this is a layout, it's gonna take children as its props. We're gonna destructure the children from the props object, and that children is gonna be of type react.reactNode. And here, let's return a main element, which is gonna have a class name of relative. And here simply we're gonna render the children, meaning that that layout is gonna render all the pages inside of it. Okay? Okay, but where are we gonna render our nav bars? Actually, we're gonna render them here on the top of the page, right? So here we're gonna need to render a private nav bar if user exists. Otherwise, render a public nav bar. And this means that we're gonna need to get the user instance. So we're gonna say const user equals to current user coming from Clerk Next.js server. And then here simply we're gonna say if the user exists, render the private nav bar. Otherwise, render the public nav bar. And here, of course, TypeScript is complaining because we're gonna need to say await here. And of course, here we're gonna need to create those 2 components, the private and the public nav bars. And let me start by creating the public nav bar, okay? Since right now we are signed out, we didn't sign in yet. So let's create the public nav bar in order to see it. So copy that and then go to components, create a new file, name it publicnavbar.tsx, and then here we're gonna say export default function public navbar. That's going to return a nav element, of course, since this is a navbar, and that nav element is gonna have those styles. And now, since we want to see our public navbar updated live, we're gonna create the book route. For now, the page is not found, so let's go here to the main routes, and under it, we're gonna have a route group named public inside parentheses like that. And inside of public, let's create another folder named book. And inside of it, let's just create a new file for now named page.tsx. And here let's create anything for now. Let's say export default page, function page. That's going to return h1 saying book page. And here let's comment that in the layout file and just render the public navbar. Import it. And now let's save here. So there we go. We have our navbar here. This is the nav element styled like that. As you can see, it has a shadow to X large. It has a gray background, dark gray background, which is gray 300 and so on. So let's put elements inside of it, like the logo and the login and register buttons. Here we're gonna put the logo, which is gonna render a next link coming from next link. And here it's gonna render a next image coming also from next image. And that image, of course, is gonna render the logo. Now click Save. As you can see, this is our logo. And of course, that logo is gonna point to the login page here. See? And here we wanna render the nav links, which will contain the login and register buttons. Here we're gonna render a component from Clerk named sign in button. This component will point directly to the login page. When the user clicks on that button, it's gonna point automatically to the login page, okay? So let's import it from Clerk. And here we are rendering a button from ChatCN. We're gonna install ChatCN in a minute. But let's also import the sign up button, which will point to the register page, okay? Now let's install that ChatCN button. Let's go to ChatCN UI, and let's go to Getting Started Installation, Next.js, and then copy that command. No, sorry, the npm command, yeah, copy that command. And let's go back to our terminal and paste that command. Press enter, choose the neutral color or whatever color you want, then choose use force, because here, as you can see, there is an issue that has been going for a while now because of React 19. We are using React 19 and this will cause a peer dependency issue, stuff like that. So in order to fix it, just choose to use --force, press enter here. And now ChatCN is installed. After you install ChatCN, you're gonna see that a file named components, I think, components.json, yeah, that file. This file has been added to you by ChatCN. Okay, leave it as it is. And also you can see that a lib folder is added, yeah, here. That has a utils file, and that utils file will contain this function named cn. This function is created by ChatCN that will allow us to add dynamic class names to HTML elements, okay? we're gonna use it a lot in our project. So let's close that file for now, and let's add the Chat CM button. Okay, how are we going to do that? Search in the documentation for button. Yeah, this one. This is the button that we want. All we're gonna need to do is to type npx chatcn at latest add button. So copy that command and just paste it here and press enter. Also use -- force. And now the button component has been added under components UI button.tsx. So if we go here to the components folder, you can see that a UI folder has been added, and inside of it, this is our button component. Okay, this is created by ChatCN. So all we're gonna need to do here is to import that button component from UI button. And there you go. This is our public navbar. Oh, it looks like ChatCN has messed up some of our styles. Let's see what's going on. Let's see the globals.css file. So yeah, I think that ChatCN added that Tailwind animate CSS, but we don't have it yet. So let's install it, copy that, open the terminal, and type npm install that package Tailwind animate CSS. And now let's reload the page. And there you go. This is our public navbar. If I click here on the login button, it's gonna redirect me to the login page. And if I click on the register button, it's gonna redirect me to the register page. Yeah, this one. So yeah, this is our public navbar. And now let's go ahead and create the private navbar. Close that. Also close that. And here we're gonna need to create that private nav bar. Let's go to components, create a new file, private navbar.tsx, and here export default function, private navbar. And here, before we do anything, let's sign in order to see the private navbar. It's signing in. Verify you're human. Okay, nice. Now we are signed in and redirected to the events page. Remember here in the .env file, we said that after sign in, force redirect to the events page. So also let's create a temporary events page for now. Inside of main, we're gonna create a new route group named private. And inside of private, we're gonna create another folder named events. And inside of events, let's create a page.tsx file. And here, let's say export default function page. That's going to return h1 saying events. Now click save. And there we go, we have the events page here. And now let's continue creating the private navbar. Also, this component is gonna return a nav element, of course, which is gonna have these class names. And here also we're gonna render the logo, nothing different. Import the next link, also the image. Click save. And of course here we are still seeing the private navbar because here we're gonna have to revert back to this logic. So uncomment that. Right now we have a user. So if we import the private navbar, we should see it here. There you go. This is the private navbar. So here below the logo, we're gonna need to render the nav links. Remember, the events, my schedule, public profile, and so on. So we're gonna render them here. It's gonna render a section that has all of these class names and a div, and inside of that div we're gonna map on something called private nav links. Let's create these private nav links. So let's go to the constants file and say export const private nav links, and those are our links. Each one has an image URL displaying the icon of the nav link. This is the route and this is the label that we're gonna see here. So save that and let's import that here from constants. And here we are checking if the nav link item is active or not, meaning that if the user is displaying my events page, for example, we want to display the my events nav link differently. If they are displaying my schedule, we want to also style the my schedule link differently, and so on. So here we're saying const is active, and we're gonna set it to true if the path name equals to the item.route, or if it starts with the item.route /. So in that case, the item.route here is events, and the path name is events. And also if I'm viewing events / anything else, also I want to check if it starts with events, then /. Okay? I hope it's clear. Now we're gonna need to get that path name. From where are we gonna get it? Simply we're gonna go up here and say const path name equals to use path name coming from next navigation. And here, as I told you before, this is the CM function coming from ShadCN. As you can see, it allows us to add dynamic class names like that. If any link item is active, style it differently like that. Give it like a slightly blue background, a rounded 3x large, and so on. So let's import that from libutils. Click Save. And now let's reload the page. So yeah, here it's complaining because use path name is a hook that requires that to be a client component. So we're gonna say here at the top of the file, it has to be on the top of the file, okay? We're gonna say use client. Now click Save. And there we go. This is our nav bar. Now we're gonna need to add the user button here on the right hand side. So below the section here, add the user button, which is gonna render a signed in component. This signed in component, also coming from Clerk, will conditionally render the user button if the user is signed in. Actually, anything you put inside that signed in component will be rendered only if the user is signed in, okay? If the user is not signed in, it's not gonna be rendered. Anything inside that signed in component is not gonna be rendered if the user is not signed in. So let's import it from Clerk, and here also import the user button from Clerk, and now click Save. And yeah, there you go. This is our private nav bar. On small screens, it's gonna show only the icons, and on large screens, it's gonna show also the label. This is the user button. And as you can see here, since I'm viewing the events page, that nav link, my events link, is styled differently with a blue background because it's the active link. So yeah, those are our nav bars. This is the private nav bar, and this is of course the public nav bar. Now let's move on to the next step in our application. Alright, now let's set up the events page. This is where users will see all their events if they made any. And if they haven't yet or just want to add a new one, we're gonna make it super easy for them to jump over to the event creation page, okay? So let's close all file and jump to the events page. Then remove that. And here let's return a section. a section element, which is gonna have all of these class names. We wanted flex, flex call, items, center, gap 16, and we're adding the fade in animation. And then here we want to render a page title and a new event button. And this is why we're gonna add a div here that's going to render an h1 element displaying the word events. And here we're rendering a button from ShadCN that has a link from next link displaying the word create event. And when the user clicks on that link, it's gonna redirect them to the events / new page in order to be able to create a new event. And here we're rendering an icon from Lucide React. It's a calendar plus icon. Very simple. Now let's reload the page. And there we go. We have events and a create event button. If I click on it, it's gonna redirect me to the new event page. Now let's go back here. And of course, the styling of that button is coming from here, from all of these styles. And if you're wondering what is this as child, it's simply going to render all of this as a link right away, meaning that it's not gonna render a button, then a link like that inside of it. No, when you say as child, it's gonna neglect that button and it's going to render a link or an A element, which is a link, right away. Okay? And if you want, I can leave comments for you here explaining this. Okay, then. Here I left a comment for you saying that without the as child, the button would render like this. Button and an A link inside of it. With the as child, it's gonna render as an A link right away. It's not gonna render a button like that. And we typically use this if we want another element like a link to look and behave like a button without breaking the HTML semantics. Okay? Now let's save and move on to the next step. So right now let's create the new event page. Let's go to private events, then inside events, let's create a new folder named new. And inside of new, let's create a page.tsx file. And here, first of all, let's add a comment explaining what does this page do. Then let's create the page. Then inside of this page, I want to render a card from ShadCN. Let's go to ShadCN and let's search for card. And this is the card that I'm talking about. I want to render a card, and inside of this card, I want to render a form, or to be precise, I want to render an event form in order to allow users to create a new event. So, in order to install cards, we're gonna copy that command. Let's go back here, open the terminal, and paste that command. Also, it's added inside of the UI folder. And now let's take a look at the code. This is the card code. Any ShadCN card will have, of course, a card component, then a card header displaying the header, description, then the card content, and then the card footer. So let's here create our own card. We're gonna return a card element that has these styles. Let's import the card from UI card. And then we're gonna display the card header and the card title. Let's import them. And then here we're gonna display the card content, which is the event form component. Of course, we didn't create that event form just yet. We're gonna create it later, but import the card content for now. If I comment this and save, I should see the card here. Yeah, exactly. This is the ShadCN card displaying new event, which will allow users to create a new event. And that styling came from these Tailwind CSS styles. And now let's create that event form component. But before we create it, since we're gonna use form also from ShadCN, let's take a look at it. Okay, here forms, by the way, uses a React hook form, okay? As you can see here, they're saying that the form component is a wrapper around the React hook form library. It uses all of these stuff, but all we care about here is that it uses Zod for input validation. So also we're gonna need to install Zod in order to be able to create our own schema. And this is how forms look in ShadCN. A parent form component that has form field. For example, let's take a look here. If you want to create a form, you're gonna use form from React hook form. And then you're gonna render the form field control equal to form.control. Name, for example, equal to username. And the render method takes the field. You have also form label, you can put username inside of it, and so on, form description. So it gives you a lot of options. And also here they're explaining how to create a schema. As we were saying, we're gonna use Zod, then we're gonna create a form schema, for example, which is equal to z or z.object. Z represents the Zod package. And here you want to validate the username. For example, you want to specify some rules for the username so that when the user inputs a username, it has to be a string. It can't be less than 2 characters and it can't be more than 50 characters. So let's say a user entered a username of just 1 character. Let's say they add the letter R. In that case, Zod is going to give them an error saying something like username has to be more than 2 characters. And by the way, we can add a second argument here to specify the type of message you want to provide for the user. We're going to see all of that. And let's say that the username exceeded 50 characters. Also, Zod is gonna provide a message or a custom message that we created. And so on. It also has to be a string. So let's say they input the username of a number. Let's say they input the number 10. Also, they are going to get an error. And of course, this is very, very important. You don't want users to enter an unvalidated input or a malicious text or anything like that. So here, this is an example usage. This is a form schema. We're gonna say z.object, and the username, as we said, has to be a string minimum of 2 characters, and this is the custom message I told you about. You can type whatever you want here. And here, when you're creating your form, you're gonna say use form of type z.infer type of the form schema that you just created, and its resolver is gonna be Zod resolver taking the form schema. So Zod is gonna resolve all of that using your form schema. And then here, of course, we can provide default values like username is an empty string and so on. This is the initial values. And then you define a submit handler like an onSubmit function, which is gonna take values of type z.infer, type of also your form schema. So everything is coming from the schema that you create. And then here you can do anything with the form values. And of course, it will be type safe and validated. And that's it. Now all we need to do is to install the form. So let's go here and copy that command. And let's go back here and paste it in our terminal. Use force. And then let's quickly install Zod. Go to Google and search for Zod. Then go to their website. Go to installation. And then from npm, type that command. npm install Zod. Let's copy that. And also, let's paste it here. And now we are good to go. Let's copy that event form and go to components And inside of it, let's create another folder named Forms, as we're gonna have many forms in this project. Inside of it, let's create a new file named eventform.tsx. And there we go. It's gonna be a client component file, so at the top type use client, add a comment here, and let's here create the component. It's a component to handle creating, editing, and deleting an event. Of course, we're gonna say export default function event form. And since this component is gonna be used for either creating, editing, or deleting an event, it can take an event, right? If we are creating a new event, it's not gonna take an event. But if we are updating or editing an event or even deleting an event, in that case, it's gonna need the event that it's going to edit, right? So this means that that event has to be optional. And this is why we're gonna say that that event is gonna be of type event, but it's gonna be optional. That question mark indicates that that event is gonna be optional. And it's gonna take an ID of type string, name of type string, description, which is optional, also of type string, duration in minutes of type number, and is active of type boolean. And then our next step is to create a form, like we saw exactly in the ShadCN documentation. So here we're gonna say const form equals to, and then we're gonna say use form coming from React hook form, z from Zod. Here it's gonna import z from Zod, and then infer the type from the type of event form schema. So we're gonna have to create that, but now let's call the useForm function. And right now let's go here and create a new folder in the home directory named schema. And inside of it, let's create a file named event.ts, or let's say events. This is where we're gonna create our event schema. So we're gonna say export const event form schema equals to z.object, and that z also coming from Zod. And that object is gonna take an object as its argument. And inside of here, we're gonna define all of our schema values. Like for example, the name must be a string, minimum of 1 character. And here we're just providing this message saying required. And this is the description, which is optional. And here is active, which is a boolean. And here the duration in minutes has to be a number. And we're gonna convert that number. Coerce means convert. So the duration in minutes will be converted to a number. And it has to be an integer, positive, and we're providing that message that it has to be greater than 0, and it has to be equal to 720 minutes, which is equal to 12 hours. Okay, this is our event schema. Let's go back here and import it. There we go. And here the use form also takes an object, and remember it has to take a resolver, which is equal to Zod resolver, and that Zod resolver is gonna come from hook form Zod resolvers here, and of course it's gonna validate with our event form schema. And here we're gonna need to provide default values, and we're gonna have to say that in case we have an event, get those default values from that event. And if we don't have an event, we have to provide default values. So how are we going to do that? We're gonna say if we have an event, here by providing that question mark, if we have an event, take everything from the event. This is a spread operator, meaning that we are copying everything from the event. Otherwise, we're gonna provide our own default values. This is why we wrote a colon here. So this is a ternary operator. We're saying if the event exists, take the default values from that event. Otherwise, take it from that object, which is our own default values. Is active is true, duration in minutes is gonna be 30 by default, description, empty string, and the name also is an empty string. And now we're gonna need to render the actual form, right? So we're gonna say return, and here we're gonna render the form from chat.cn. And that form is gonna take everything from the form instance that we just created. And in here, we're gonna render our actual form displaying a normal HTML form. Don't worry, we're gonna explain all of that. Here on submit, we're gonna execute the onSubmit function that we're gonna create later. And here we are showing a root error if there are any errors, meaning that if there are any errors at the form, just show them here. And here we are rendering the form field that we saw before in the chat.cn documentation. Let's import it. Its control is gonna come from the form.control. And here the name, rendering the field. Let's import all of that. Here we are typing in the label event name, and here a form control. And here we're gonna display an input also coming from chat.cn that's going to take everything from the field in order to input the event name from the user. So let's install that. I'm gonna open the terminal and type npx chat.cn at latest add input. There you go. Now we can import it from UI input. This is the form description. And this is the form message. And this is going to be the duration field. Also the same concept. And here we're gonna need to install a text area for the optional description field. So open the terminal and add text area. Then import it. And here we want to render the toggle for active status. Remember, active is active. And here we're gonna need a switch for that. Let's take a look at that switch. Let's go here to chat.cn and search for switch. And this is the switch that I'm talking about. We're gonna copy that command, open the terminal and paste it here. Use force. Then let's import it. Of course, its checked value is gonna come from the field.value, and unchecked change is gonna be equal to field.onChange. And here are the buttons section, the delete, cancel, and save buttons. Here we're gonna use alert dialog from chat.cn. Let's take a look at it. Okay, alert dialog. See, when I click here, it's gonna give me that alert dialog with two buttons like that. So let's install the alert dialog. Copy and paste that in your terminal, then choose use force. And here we're gonna show the delete button only if the event exists. And then here we're gonna show the cancel button, and here the save button. So here let's import all of that. And here we want to disable the delete button in two cases. If the form is submitting by using form.form_state.is_submitting, or if the delete is pending. So we're gonna need to create a state for that, right? So let's go up here and let me ask you a question. Are we gonna use a normal use state? Actually not. We're gonna use something called use transition, which is a React hook that helps manage the state of transitions in asynchronous operations. In our case, it's gonna return two values. Is delete pending? which is a state that tells us if the deletion is still in progress. And also it's gonna give us this function, start delete transition, which is a function that we can use to start the asynchronous operation when we are deleting the event. We're gonna use that later, but right now, let's import that from React. And here, when the user deletes an event or try to delete an event, we're gonna ask him, are you sure this action can't be undone? This will permanently delete this event. So let's import also all of these alert dialog components. And this is the option to cancel. And this is the alert dialog actual action. And remember when I told you that we're gonna use the start delete transition at some point? This is the point that I'm talking about. On click here, when we click or when the user clicks on the delete button, we're gonna start the delete transition, which is gonna take an asynchronous callback function, and inside of that function, we're gonna call a delete event function. Of course, we're gonna define this function later, but for now, let's continue. And here, if the user cancel creating an event, we're gonna redirect them to the events page. And here also, the save button is gonna be disabled if the form is submitting or is delete pending, because we don't want a user submitting and deleting an event at the same time, okay? And now let's go ahead and create that onSubmit function. So let's go up here and type async function onSubmit. And of course, this function is gonna handle form submission. And this function is gonna take values of type z.infer, the type of event form schema. And then here we wanna create an action depending on whether we have an event or not, meaning that if we have an event, then we're gonna update that event. If we don't have an event, then we're gonna create a new event, right? So here we're gonna say, if the event is null, make the action equal to a create event function. Of course, we're gonna create it later. And if the event is not null, make the action equal to update event and bind to this function the event.id. Here we're making the update event always take the event.id by binding it by using that bind method. This is built in JavaScript, okay? And then here we're gonna create a try catch block. And here we're gonna say in case of any error, form.setError as a root error. And then the message of the error is gonna be there was an error saving your event, and then we're gonna display the error.message. So here we're gonna have to take an error, let's say of type any, and here simply we're gonna say await action. Of course, since the action is always gonna be a function, either it's gonna be a create event or update event, so we're gonna have to call it here using the values. All right then. I think now we have bunch of functions that we have to create. So first, let's create that create event function. And those are going to be server actions, okay? And if you're not familiar with the server actions in Next.js, they're like tasks your server does when you ask it to, kind of like sending a request to a restaurant for a specific dish. Imagine you're ordering food, you tell the waiter what you want. In that case, it's gonna be create, update, or delete something. And then they are going to take your order to the kitchen, which is that server, where the action actually happens. This is the cooking phase, you know? And once the dish is ready, the waiter brings it back to you. For example, if you want to delete an event from your Calendra app, the server action tells the server to remove that event from the database, and once done, it sends back a confirmation that the event was deleted. And this way, Next.js made creating a server functions or server actions Really easy because you don't have to create a server or install a server or anything like that. As you can see, we are not using Express server or anything like that. All we're gonna need to do is to go here and let's create a folder here named server. And then inside of it, we're gonna create another folder named actions. And then inside of actions, we're gonna create a new file, which is the events action or actions. We're gonna call it events.ts. And this file will hold all of our events actions. And the first thing that you need to do here is to say use server. This is very important, by the way, okay? You have to write this at the top of the file to indicate to Next.js that this is a server file. I'm gonna add a comment here for you. As you can see, this is required for Next.js app router, okay? And then let's create the function which is gonna create a new event, which is actually the create event action. So we're gonna say export asynchronous function, create event, and this function is gonna take something called unsafe data, and we're gonna infer that data, that unsafe data. As you can see, this is raw event data, okay? We're gonna infer that data using the event form schema. So we're gonna import that z from zot, and also we're gonna import our event form schema. And this function is gonna return a promise, just a promise. It's gonna resolve to void. Void means nothing. But since this is an asynchronous function, it's gonna return a promise. And then inside of this function, we have to kind of filter that unsafe data. This is why we called it unsafe data. So first of all, we're gonna open a try catch block here, catch error of type any. And here, in case of any error, we're just gonna throw a new error. And here, as we said, we wanna validate these data. Remember, we were taking values to that create event function here. We are calling the create event function here in the action with the values. So we wanna validate them. So we're gonna say event form schema.save parse the unsafe data. So basically here we're considering these as unsafe data, and here we are safe parsing them to make sure that we are kind of filtering these data, okay? And we are using our form schema, event form schema, to do that. And of course, in case of success, we're gonna destructure the success and the actual data from the returned data. And here we're gonna say, in case there is no success, just throw an error. Also, if I don't have user ID, throw an error. So here we have to take the user ID. And this is why here we're gonna destructure the user ID from a function called auth coming from Clerk in order to authenticate the user. So in case we don't have a user ID or we don't have a success from here, just throw an error. Otherwise, continue with the function. Okay, but what do we want to do here? Actually, we want to insert the validated event data into our database, right? And we want to link them to the authenticated user. So basically, we want to tell our database, hey, just take that event data related to that user and put them in your database or in your events table. So we're going to say db, which is the database. Let's import it from Drizzle. We're going to say db.insert to the event table.values. Let's also import the event table. We are telling our database to insert to the event table.values that data and tie to the user ID, to the Clerk user ID. Here we are taking all the data, putting them in the event table, and we are linking these data to the authenticated user. We have a Clerk user ID inside of our event table. So we are linking that user ID, this one, with our data. Okay? Okay, nice. But are we finished yet? Actually, we have one more step to do. Here we're gonna say, finally, after you finish everything, I want you to revalidate the event's path and then redirect the user to that path, which is /events. Here we are revalidating that path to ensure that the page fetches fresh data after the database operation. So when the user inserts new data to his events table and then get redirected to the events page, we want to show them fresh data. Okay, from where this function is coming from, it's coming from next/cache. And this redirect is coming from next navigation. And that is it. Now we have created the create event action. Let's now create this action, update event. So let's go back here to the events actions file. And we're gonna create the update event function. It's also gonna take unsaved data and returns a promise that resolves to void. But here we're gonna have to take an ID, which is a string, because we're updating an event, an existing event. So this function needs to know the ID of the event it's gonna update, right? And then inside of this function, also we're gonna create a try catch block. Here we're gonna say try, and let's here add the catch and finally blocks. They are the same as before, as in the create event function. And here also we're gonna do everything as before. We're gonna take the user ID from auth, and then we're gonna save parse the unsaved data. And in case there is no success or no user ID, we're gonna throw a new error. Okay, but what is different here from before? Here, as we said, we are updating an existing event. Here we're gonna say await db.update the event table, set it to the data, that safe data. For right now, they are safe data. As you can see, update with the validated data. And we're gonna say and, because we're gonna give that and function two conditions and we want them both to be true. Okay, what are these two conditions? We want these to be equal, and this is why we are using the equal function here. We want the event table.id, that event table, to be equal to that ID, which is the ID we gave to the function here. And at the same time, we want the event table.clerk user ID to be equal to our user ID coming from here. Okay, great. But where are these functions coming from? Where do you think? Of course, they are coming from Drizzle ORM here. And also, the equal function is gonna come from Drizzle ORM. Okay, great. And then we are destructuring something called row count from the returned data. If it's equal to 0, that means that the event wasn't updated. It's either not found or not owned by the user. Any of these conditions will return false at this point if row count equal to 0. In that case, we're gonna throw an error. Otherwise, we're not gonna do anything actually, because that means that the event was updated successfully. So we're gonna go here to the finally block, revalidate the path, and also redirect the user to the events page. Now let's go back here and import the update event function. I think we have one more function to define, which is the delete event function. Yeah, this function. We're gonna call this function when a user wants to delete an event here on click. Of course, this is the delete button. So let's also go here to the events actions file, and you know the drill. There is nothing different here. We're gonna create this function delete event, which is gonna delete an existing event from our database. It's gonna take the ID of the event it's gonna delete, return a promise that resolves to void. It's gonna take the user ID to authenticate the user. If there is no user, we're gonna throw an error. Of course, here there is no data to validate. There is no unsafe data because we're just deleting the event. We're not validating any data. So here we're gonna actually delete the event by writing that code await db.delete from the event table, where we're using the and also to make sure that these two conditions return true, where the event table.id equal to that id we gave to the function here, and also the event table.clerk user id is equal to our user id from here. And also if no event was deleted, through an error. That means that the row count equal to 0. If it's not equal to 0, then that means that the event was deleted. So we're gonna execute the code here inside the finally block, which is gonna revalidate the path, the event's path, and then redirect the user to the events page. Now let's go here and import this function. And I think we're good to go. Now let's click save and check our application. Let's go to the events new page, reload the page. Oh, I think we forgot to import the event form here. So let's go back to our page, yeah, and remove the comments from here and import the event form component. And let's go back here, reload. And there we go. We have our event form here. Let's try to create a new event actually. Let's name it test event, duration 30 minutes. Let's say here test description, make it active and click save. All right, that's great. We are redirected to the events page, which means that the event was created. Now let's check our database. Let's go here and reload and check the events table. No, the event is not created here. Let's see here if we have something wrong. Oh yeah, here we forgot to say await. This is an asynchronous operation. So we have to say await here in the create event function. Let's see if we forgot to do it also in the update event. No, actually, we did it. Let's double check the delete event. Also, we put await. Okay, now let's try again. I'm gonna go to create event page. The event name is test. Here test description. And then click save. Now let's go back here and refresh our database. Alright then, we have our event here, name test, description test, description, and so on. Is active, true, created at, and updated at dates, and this is my Clerk user ID. And by the way, guys, I forgot to tell you about a very important thing. I know you probably know all about this, but just to make sure, here, when you're using secrets like that, always make sure that they are stay a secret, okay? Don't expose your API secrets ever, okay? Here I'm exposing my keys for the sake of this video, and actually I'm gonna delete all of them after I finish recording that video. But this shouldn't be the case for you, okay? Always keep your secrets safe, okay? Now let's try to create another event. I'm gonna call it not active. Let's make the duration 25 minutes, not active. And here I'm gonna set active to false. Click save. Now let's go back here and refresh. We have two events, okay? I don't know why there is this delay. Okay, this is the not active event. Here is active is false, so nice, everything's working. So yeah, perfect. We're not gonna be able to test the edit event and delete event functions because we don't have access to the created events just yet. But later when we retrieve the events here in that page, we're gonna be able to edit and delete them. But here I noticed something. Let me double check. I'm gonna try to create any event. Yeah, here we got an error before the redirection to the events page. So I'm gonna try to do something here. Here I'm gonna go to the events actions. I'm gonna go to the create event function. And here actually instead of throwing an error in case of no success or no user ID, I'm just gonna return an object saying error equals to true. And then I'm gonna get rid of the try catch blocks. So here I'm just gonna type all of that in the body of the function. Yeah, actually this is what I want. Let's put this here. And we're gonna also revalidate the path and redirect the user here after that line of code. And here let's just remove all of that. And here TypeScript is complaining because we are returning a promise of type void only. So instead, we're gonna return a promise that's eventually going to resolve to an object containing an error of type boolean, which is true or false, or it's gonna return undefined. Now click save. And here let's go to the event form and also remove the try catch here from the onSubmit function. And here instead of saying try catch and so on, we're gonna save the returned data here in a const named data actually. And here we simply can say if data.error, and here we are writing a question mark to indicate that this is optional. As you can see here, this function could be returning an error or it could be returning undefined. So if it does return an error, through that error. Otherwise, just do nothing. Just continue with your logic. So let me try all of this one more time. I'm gonna try to create a new event. Okay, anything, click on save. Okay, we got another error, which is a next redirect error. So here, let's see what's going on. Okay, let's try to comment the revalidate path here. Just redirect the user right away. Let's see what's gonna happen. Create a new event, click save. Okay, also I got the next redirect error. So, okay, let's try something else. Let's try to return the redirect from here. And let's try again. Click save. Also the same error. Okay, let's go here to Next.js documentation. Let's search for redirect. Maybe we are using it wrong. Okay, here they are importing it from Next navigation. And here they are saying redirect to the login page. Here also they are using it normally. So I don't think we are doing anything wrong here. Maybe it's a bug with the redirect function. So I'm gonna revert back to what we did before in the beginning. Here also I'm gonna revert back. Maybe try one final thing. Here in the finally block, I'm gonna comment the revalidate path. Then try again. Click save. No, actually I got the same error. So yeah, I think we did everything we could here. There is maybe some bug with this redirect function. Maybe we can do something different. Maybe here we can say const router equals to use router coming from next navigation. And since we made this component a client component by typing use client, we're safe to use the use router. And then here we can say router dot push to the events page. And here maybe in the create event, we're gonna remove the redirect, just revalidate and then use the router to push. Now let's try it out. Create event, click save. Yeah, okay, we got a hooks error. Yeah, I think we should define this here on the top here. Let's try again. I hope you're not bored. This is a weird error. Click save. Okay, finally it's fixed. Even though I got you a little bored here, I know. But the most important thing is that we fixed the error. We fixed that issue. And actually, I think that was good. You saw me debug an issue live, right? I hope you've learned something useful here. So yeah, here let's go to this function and remove this, remove that comment. And here in the update event, let's also get rid of the redirects. I hope that if there is a bug with the redirect function, I hope the Next.js team fix it really soon. And here also remove the redirect from the delete event action. And now we're good to go. Let's move on to the next step. And now let's go back to the events page. Yeah, this one. And by the way, let's rename that to events page. And here, first of all, we want to check if there is an authenticated user or not. So we're going to destructure the user ID and a function called redirect to sign in from the auth function, and that auth function, of course, coming from Clerk. And as its name suggests here, this redirect to sign in function is gonna redirect the user to the login page if there is no ID found or no user ID found. So if the user is not authenticated, he's gonna be redirected to the login page. And here we have to make this an asynchronous function. There we go. And here in the template, we said that we want to render the events from the database, right? But how are we gonna get those events? Simply, we're gonna say const events equals to await get events using the user ID. And of course, that get events is a server action that we have to create right now. So let's go to events action. And let's create the getEvents action, which is gonna be an asynchronous function to fetch all events, active and inactive, by the way. We're gonna have another one to fetch only the active events, but more on that later. And of course, we're gonna fetch all the events for a specific user, and this is why it's taking a Clerk user ID of type string. And here we are providing the user ID as we said. And after this function fetches all of the events, it's gonna return a promise that's eventually going to resolve to a type called event row, actually an array of event row. So we're gonna need to create that type. So we'll go up here and say type event row equals to a type of event table dot $infer select, which is gonna infer the type of a row from the event table schema. So that basically means that this is an event row. And here, of course, we said that we're gonna return an array of them because we're gonna return all the events, not just one event. And now let's write the code that's going to actually fetch the events from the database. We're gonna say const events equals to await db.query.eventTable.findMany. So we are querying from our database from the event table, and we're using the findMany function, which is gonna find all the events which matches these conditions. Okay, what are these conditions? Here we are using a where function, which is kind of a filter that's going to take the Clerk user ID from here, and then that user ID column, which is also a reference to our Clerk user ID in our database, but we are just renaming it for clarity. So basically, it's gonna compare that Clerk user ID with the one we have in our database and return the events where the user ID call equals to the Clerk user ID. And here we are ordering the events alphabetically by name. Here we are saying order by name, ascending, SQL, and then we're gonna return the result as a case sensitive. This is why we are using that lower function, okay? And then finally, we're gonna return the events. So now let's go back here and import that action. And then here in the events page, let's go below that div. And then we want to show events cards if any exist. If we have events, here we are saying if events.length is bigger than 0, map on the events, and display event card for each event. Otherwise, we're gonna show an empty state here, saying you don't have any events yet and so on, and here we're gonna display an icon or a calendar range component from Lewiside React. And that's it. And here, by the way, we are displaying those events card in a grid display like that. But in order to be able to see them, we have to create the event card component. So now let's go ahead and create that event card. Copy that and let's go to components. And inside of components, we're gonna create a new folder named cards. And inside of it, we're gonna create a new file, eventcard.tsx. And let's here say export default function event card, which is gonna take all of these props. The event props ID is active, name, description, duration, and clerk user ID. And all of them are going to be of type event card props. Now let's define that type. Here we're gonna say type event card props equals to, and then we're gonna specify all of these types. ID is active, ID of type string is active boolean, name string, description can be a string or null, duration in minutes is gonna be a number, and the ID, clerk user ID, is gonna be a string. And then here we're gonna return a card from ShadCN. Of course, you know the drill, you've seen it before. Here, let's import that card from UI card. And here we are using the CN function to style the non-active events dynamically. If an event is not active, we're gonna give it the background in order to differentiate it from other active events. And here, this is the card header. Also, we are styling it in the case of not active, giving it that opacity. Here, the card title, which is gonna display the name of the event. Here, the description is gonna format the duration in minutes. That duration in minutes, it's gonna format it using that function named format event description. Of course, we're gonna need to create this function ourselves. So let's go to our lib folder here and create a new file named formatters.ts. This file will include all of our formatters. And here what we want to do is to create a function which will format the duration in minutes into a readable string format, like this format, 1 hour, 30 minutes. So we're gonna create that function format event description, which is gonna take duration in minutes, which is gonna be of type number. And here we wanna get the number of full hours by saying const hours equals to math.floor, and then we're gonna apply the math.floor function on the duration in minutes divided by 60. And here we wanna get the remaining minutes by saying const minutes equal duration in minutes modulus 60. And here we want to create the minutes string to display 1 minute or 10 minutes. So if the minutes is bigger than 1, we're going to display mins. Otherwise, we're going to display min. And we're going to do the same for hours string. And if there are no full hours, just return the minutes string. And if there are no extra minutes, just return the hours string. And here finally, if we have hours and minutes, we're gonna return both hours and minutes in a string like that. Hours string and then minutes string. So here we can specify that this function is gonna return a string. Okay, nice. This is more type safe. And now let's here in the event card import that function. And then here in the event card, we're gonna show the event description if it's available. So we're gonna say if it's not null, render that card content displaying the description. And then we're gonna display the card footer with copy and edit buttons. So let's import the footer here. And here we're gonna need to create the copy event button and render it if only that event is active. Because if it's not active, we're not gonna need to display a copy event button, as the user is not gonna need that copy event button to copy the link and give it to other users. Of course, until he makes that event active again. And here the edit button, which is gonna take the user to events edit page. We're gonna create that later, but for now, let's create that component, the copy event button. So copy that and let's go to components, create a new file, name it copy event button.tsx. And now let's create that component. First of all, we're gonna make it a client component. And then we're gonna say export function copy event button. And this component is gonna take all of these props. And here we are saying take any other button props like disable, type, etc. And these props is gonna be of type copy event button props. Now let's create that type. We're gonna say interface copy event button props, which is gonna inherit all native button props. This is why we are saying omit react.comment props button here, except the children and onClick, because we want full control over this component. We don't want any other developer or even me. I don't want myself in the future messing up with the onClick or the children of this component, because this component onClick should only copy the event link for the user. And here we want to allow the variant and size props from the chat.cm button. So we're gonna say variant props also extend. Here we are extending the button and also the variant props, which is of type button variants coming from UI button, which is chat.cn button. So in a nutshell, that type or that interface is going to inherit everything from the HTML button except for children and onClick. It's not gonna inherit those two props. The variant props, this is coming from class variance authority, which is gonna be of type button variants. And if you don't know what variant props is, let's go here to the chat.cn button. You can see that they have used that variant props here from class variance authority here in this file. And here actually what they did when they defined the button component, they have used these variant props type of button variants that they created here. So in short, this variant props is a TypeScript utility used to type props for variants like size, color, style, etc. So here, as we were saying, that interface is gonna extend the button except for the children and onClick, and also it's gonna extend the variant props type of button variants from the chat.cn UI button. And also it's gonna take from us the event ID of type string and the Clerk user ID of type string. And then here we're gonna return a button. onClick, we're gonna handle copy. We're gonna define this function right now. And it's gonna have these class names. And here we're getting a copy icon from Lewiside React. And here this is the text label that changes with copy state. Remember, when the user clicks on the copy, we display that text copied. Then after a while, we revert back to the word copy. So we're gonna do all of that using this function. Also, we're gonna define it in a minute. So let's first define the getCopyLabel function. It's gonna take a state of type copy state. Let's create that state. We're gonna say type copy state equals to idle, copied, or error. Those are the only possible visual states for the copy action. And then here we're gonna create state using useState coming from React equals to copy state, which is gonna be initialized to idle. And let's actually get this out of the component. Let's put it here and let's put that comment here. Okay. And also we should get this function out of the component. Yeah, here. Okay, nice. So here simply it's gonna render the copy state based on the return of this function. And this function is gonna take state of type copy state and switch on the state. In the case of copied state, it's gonna return copied. Case error, return error. Case idle, it's not gonna return anything. And by default, it's gonna render that word, copy link. Okay, very nice. And then here, let's define this handle copy function, which is gonna get the URL using the location here. Of course, the URL includes the book route, because when you give the link of the event to anyone, you want them to book that event with you. So this is going to be the URL, the location.origin /book /clerk user ID, which is the user ID / event ID. And here we're using a JavaScript method navigator.clipboard, write text, the URL, which is basically going to try to copy the URL to the user's clipboard. And then we're gonna say .then set copy state to copied. And of course, when the copy state changes to copied, we are rendering it here. So it's gonna type copied here. And then we're gonna give a toast to the user. That toast is coming from ChatCN. We're gonna take a look at it in a minute. And then we're gonna reset after 2 seconds to the idle state. We're gonna get back to the idle state. Remember here, we said that in the case of idle, don't return anything. So it's going to return the default state, which is copy link. So in that case, it's gonna change the view here from copied to copy link. And here we're gonna say .catch. So in case of any failures here, show error state by setting the copy state to error. Of course, it's gonna show the error state in that case. And also reset after 2 seconds to idle. Now let's get that toast. If we go to ChatCN here and search for toast, this is the toast that I'm talking about. But actually for a while now, that toast is not working. If you use this command add toast, it's not gonna work for you. So instead we're gonna use something called Sunner, which basically do the same here, show toast. So in order to install it, we're gonna copy that command and then add toaster to the global layout file. So let's go to our terminal and add this command, use force. And now let's copy that. And now let's go to our global layout. And here below children, we're gonna render this toaster coming from Sunner. Save. And let's go back here and import that toast also from Sunner. Now click save. And let's go back here to the event card. And here we are rendering the copy event button, giving it a variant of outline. The event ID equals to ID and clerk user ID equals to clerk user ID. Of course, here, if you remember, that component takes all of that event ID, clerk user ID, and variant. It's also taking class name and size, and we are defining those here. And it's gonna take the rest of the props. like all other button props. So I think we're good to go here. This is our event card. The only thing left here is to go back here to the events page and import the event card. Of course, the event card here is gonna take a key equals to event.id, and it's gonna take all the event, a copy from the event. This is the spread operator, which is gonna take a copy from the event, and here it's gonna spread all of the event props. Now save everything, and let's go back to our project and look at that. We have all of our event cards here. Of course, those are rubbish events, but no worries. Gonna delete them after that. Let's try to copy the link. Link copied successfully. Now I can paste that link anywhere. Of course, it's gonna take me to the booking page, but we didn't create that page just yet. So yeah, that's great. And now let's move on to the next step. And now let's create the edit events page, so that when I click on edit on any event, I'm gonna be redirected to the events page where I can edit that event. So let's go here to our project, go to events. Under events, we're gonna create a new folder inside square brackets like that, because it's gonna be a dynamic route. We're gonna take the event ID dynamically, and this is why we have to create it in a square brackets like that. Now press enter, and inside of that folder we're gonna create another folder named edit. So the path will be /events /the event ID dynamically, whatever it is, and /edit. And here in edit we're gonna create a new file page.tsx. And now let's create that page. You know the drill. Export default asynchronous function edit event page, which is gonna take the params, since it's gonna take the ID dynamically. So we're gonna need to take the params as props. And that params is gonna be of type promise, which is eventually gonna resolve to event ID of type string. And by the way, since Next.js 15 was released, when you're using params in a dynamic page like that, you have to use it as a promise or as an asynchronous function like that. You can see here in the documentation, they are telling you that in version 14 and earlier, params was actually asynchronous prop. Before we were just taking params in a normal function, not asynchronous function, and destructuring whatever you want from that params. But they are telling you that this behavior here will be deprecated in the future. Right now in Next.js 15, whenever you are using params in a dynamic page, it has to be defined as an asynchronous function and take it from a promise like that, okay? So back here to our project, we're gonna take the event ID as a string from the resolved promise, of course, from the params. And here also we're gonna take the user ID and redirect to sign in from auth. And here, if no user ID, return a redirect to sign in, which will redirect the user to the login page. And then we're gonna destructure the event ID from the params. And then we're gonna need to get the event that the user is going to edit, right? So we're gonna use a function named getEvent, which is gonna get the event using the user ID and event ID and store that event in a const event. So right now you know the drill, we have to define that event's action. So let's go to the events action and let's create this function, export asynchronous function getEvent, which is gonna take user ID of type string and event ID of type string as well. And it's gonna return either a promise, which is gonna resolve to an event row. Remember the type event row that we created before? This one. So here it's gonna return a promise that's going to either resolve to that event row or it's gonna resolve to undefined. And here we are getting the event from the database. Of course, it's getting it from the event table. I think I'm repeating myself here, where the ID and clerk user ID, of course, that ID belongs to the event from the event table, and the clerk user ID belongs to the user also from the event table. Then we are comparing the clerk user ID with the user ID and the ID with the event ID. And then it's gonna return the event if it found one, or it's gonna return undefined. Now click save, and let's go back here and import this function. And here we can say if no event, maybe we can return anything. Let's say return h1 element, say event not found, or you can return a not found page, whatever you want. And here we're gonna return the edit form, of course card from chatcn, card header, card title, edit event, card content, which is gonna render the event form that we created before. And here, since we are editing that event, we're gonna provide the event to that event form. Before, when we created the create event page, we didn't provide any event because we actually didn't have any event. And if you remember, when we defined that event form, we said that the event could exist or not. Okay? Now click save, and let's go back here to our project, reload it. And there you go, we have our edit event page here. And as you can see, this is the event we wanna edit. Okay, right now let's delete all of these rubbish events. Oh, we're not redirected to the events page. And yeah, this is because here in the delete event function or delete event action, we did remove the redirect, remember? So here, let's go to the event form. Here we said after the action, router to push to the events page. But here the action was either create event or update event. We didn't actually do it after deleting the event. So let's go here after the deletion of the event, and say also router dot push to the events page. And now let's go to my events page, and let's try to delete all the other events. Delete. And now I'm redirected to the events page. I'm gonna go ahead and delete all of that. Alright, now I deleted all of the events. Let's check our database. And you know what? Let's check it in our Neon dashboard this time. Go to our project, Calendra, and then go to tables. Okay, right now the events table is empty. So let's create a new event. Let's say watch a football game with me. The football game lasts for 90 minutes. And here in the description, let's say let's watch a football game together. Make it as active, click save. Okay, right now we have the event 1 hour 30 minutes. Let's check our database. And we have our event here. Perfect. Alright then, now our next step is to create my schedule page. But I noticed something here, we forgot to create the favicon of our application. So let's quickly do that, as it's gonna give some branding to our application. So let's go to a website named favicon.io, and here choose PNG to ICO. While it actually says PNG, it can also convert an SVG file. And we actually have an SVG file for our logo, so let's upload it here. Let's go to our project, public, assets, logo, and right now our PNG is ready. So download it, then save it anywhere on your computer. Let's save it on our desktop. Then open this folder. Then see this file, favicon.ico. Copy that file. And here let's go to our projects. Go to app, right click, and reveal in file explorer. It's gonna take us to our project. So go to app and paste the Favicon file here. And that's it. Now if we go back to our project, reload, we should see it here. And there we go. That's our Favicon. And now let's create my schedule page. So here under private, we're gonna create a new folder and name it schedule. And inside of schedule, we're gonna create a page.tsx file. And let me here leave a comment for you on what this page does. And now let's create the page. And here also get the user info, and if no user, return a redirect to sign in. Here you can say if no user ID or user ID equal to null. Both are the same. And here import auth. And here also let's get the user schedule from the database using a schedule action named getSchedule. So let's create that getSchedule action. We're gonna go to actions here, server actions, and create a new file here named schedule.ts. At the top, use server. And here also let me leave a comment for you on what this file is gonna do exactly. So here basically we wanna get the user schedule and his availabilities. So we're gonna create two types. Type schedule row, which is type of schedule table, dot infer select. So let's import the schedule table. And since we also want all the availabilities of the user, we're also gonna create a type named availability row, which is gonna be type of schedule availability table dot infer select. So let's also import that. And then we wanna create a type that merges these two types together. Type named full schedule, which is gonna be a merge between the schedule row and the availability row. So here, let's say export type full schedule equals to schedule row, and an object contains a property named availabilities, which is gonna be an array of availability row, okay? And then let's create the getSchedule action. This getSchedule will take a user ID of type string and return a promise that's going to resolve either to a full schedule type or null. And then here simply we're querying our database for the user schedule. So we're querying the schedule table where the Clerk user ID matches the user ID. That user ID. And then here we want to include all related availability records. And this is why we're going to say with availabilities equal to true. And then here simply we're going to return the schedule. If found, we're going to return it as full schedule or null if it doesn't exist. And now let's go back here, import this function. And here we want to render a card that's going to render a schedule form. Here import the card components. Here we are rendering a card title and typing schedule inside of it. And for now, let me comment the schedule form. Click Save. Let's go to the schedule page. And we should see the card here displaying schedule. Now let's work on our schedule form. So right now, in order to create our schedule form, we're gonna go to Components, Forms, and here create a new file named schedule form.tsx. It's gonna be a client component, and then we're gonna create that component schedule form, which is gonna take a schedule, of course, and that schedule is optional. It might be undefined. And this is the type of the schedule. It has to have a time zone of type string, which means that it's going to display a time zone, of course, the user's time zone. Also, it has to have availabilities, which is gonna be an array of availability type, which means that we have to create that type. Each availability should have a start time and an end time, of course. Both are strings. And also we need to know the day of the week, which is gonna be type of days of week in order. So let's import that. And here we are using index number because we want the day of week to be either Sunday, Monday, and so on. Because if you don't use the number, if you don't use the number index, that means that you are referring to the entire array type. So the day of week is gonna be of type days of week in order as an array. If we remove this, we are referring to the days of week in order as an array. And this will mean that day of week is gonna be of type array. But actually we want the day of week to be either Monday, Tuesday as a union. I hope it's clear. And here I wanna return a form that's gonna take everything from our form, of course. We're gonna define that form later. And here I wanna render three main things. I wanna display a time zone selection and availability form grid grouped by day and a save button. And of course, I wanna render all of that inside a form element, normal HTML form element. And here let's show the error message in case of any form level errors. So now let's go ahead and define our form instance. Let's go up here and we're gonna say const form equals to use form, which is gonna be of type z.infer type of schedule form schema. We're gonna define it in a minute. The resolver is gonna be Zod resolver with the schedule form schema. And then the default values are going to be time zone and availabilities. For the time zone, we're gonna take the schedule.timezone if it exists. Otherwise, we're gonna create a new time zone. We're gonna use a function in JavaScript named intel.datetime_format.resolvedOptions.timezone. Okay, this will return the user's time zone. And here for the availabilities, we're taking the schedule availabilities and then sorting it by start time. Here we are using a function named time_to_float. We're also gonna need to define this function. But first, let's create our schema, our schedule form schema. So let's go to our schema folder. And inside of it, let's create a file named schedule.ts. And then here we're gonna create our schedule form schema, which is gonna be equal to z.object. And then here we're gonna create our schema. The time zone must be a string, minimum 1 character, and the message is required. And then here we are specifying that the availabilities field is an array by saying availabilities equals to z.array, and that array will contain objects with specific properties. Here equals to z.object, and those availabilities should contain day of week, which is equal to z.enum coming from the days of week in order array. So let's import that. And then the start time has to be a string. And here, this is a regular expression pattern to match the time format, which has to be like that, hour, colon, minutes. Those are valid examples, like this one, 09, colon, 15. But just 9:15 is an invalid example. The hour must be 2 digits. So just copy and paste that regular expression. Don't think about it too much. And the end time has also to be a string with the same regular expression pattern. Now let's close that array. And now we want to make sure to avoid any overlaps or conflicts. So we want to write some code or some logic to make sure that the user can't submit overlapping or backward time ranges, like from 2 p.m. to 1 p.m. It's not possible, right? And also we want to avoid conflicts. So how are we going to do all of that? We're gonna use a function from Zod named superRefine. And this function is gonna add additional validation for us. So this function is gonna take a callback function, and that callback function is gonna take the availabilities array in which we wanna do that additional validation on, and then it's gonna take a second argument, which is here a function that has a method named addIssue. We're gonna use this function to display error message like these ones after we validate the availabilities array. So here we are looping on the availabilities array, taking each availability and the index of each availability. And then here we wanna check if we have any overlaps. The first step is gonna be to make sure we are not comparing the same item to itself, because logically any item will of course overlap with itself. And then the second step is that we wanna check if it's the same day of the week. Because if this is true, if a.day of week equals to the availability.day of week, that means that the two availability entries being compared are for the same day of the week. For example, both are on Monday, and this is important because we're only concerned with overlapping times on the same day. If there are on different days like Monday and Tuesday, we don't care, right? It doesn't matter if their times overlap. And here simply we are checking if the start time of one is before the end time of another, and checking if the end time of one is after the start time of another. And we're doing so by saying if a.startTime, of course after converting the time to float, we're saying if a.startTime is lower than the availability.endTime, and at the same time a.endTime is bigger than availability.startTime. And here also I left some extra comments to explain the sum function. Read them if you want. And then after all of that, after all of these checks, if we have overlaps, we're gonna add a validation issue by using this function, remember? We're gonna say ctx.addIssue, code custom message availability overlaps with another, and then we're gonna attach the error to the start time field here in the schedule form. We're gonna have a field for start time. When we complete the form, we wanna attach that specific error to the start time field. That error, of course, which says availability overlaps with another. And then here, to be extra safe, we're gonna make another check. We're gonna check if the start time is greater than or equal to end time. We're gonna also add an issue saying end time must be after start time. Of course, this is pure logic, right? And we're gonna attach that error to the end time field. So I think now we're safe. By making all of these checks, we're making sure that the user always creates a valid time slots for their schedule, right? Now let's close this superfine, and we're done with the schedule form schema. I don't think we have anything else to create here. And actually, let's go ahead and create this function, time to float. It's a very simple function. We're gonna create it under lib utilities. It's a function that's going to take a time of type string and returns a number, okay? Of course, this is the whole idea. It's gonna take a time of type string and returns a number. Here, it's gonna split the time by colon, here, into hours and minutes, and then convert both to numbers. So it's destructuring the hours and minutes from the time.split function. And as we said, it's splitting it by colon. And then we're gonna say .map number, which is gonna convert both to numbers. And simply it's gonna return hours plus minutes divided by 60, which is basically going to convert minutes into a fraction of an hour and add it to the hour. And by the way, I created this function using ChatGPT. You can create this type of functions using ChatGPT. So right now, let's just import this function here. And also, we are using it here. And also, let's import the schema, the schedule form schema. And let's continue creating the form. Here, let's give it those class names. And here onSubmit, we're gonna call an onSubmit function. We're gonna define it later. And here, for the time zone selection, we're gonna render a form field that has name time zone, displaying time zone here in the label. I don't think we have select yet. Let's see if we have select. No, I don't think so. So let's go to ChatCN, search for select. Yeah, this one. Okay, nice. Copy that. And let's paste it here in the terminal. Use force. Import it. Import all of that. Here, basically, we are using a select for the user to choose their desired time zone. And here we are using a function in JavaScript named intel.supported values of time zone. And then we are mapping on each time zone and rendering a select item, which is gonna render that time zone. And then we're gonna format it here using this function. Let's quickly define it. So let's go to formatters and create this function, which is gonna get the short offset string for a given time zone like this one. Also, I created it using ChatGPT, by the way. Now let's go back here and import it. And now the time zone selection is finished. And now let's create the availability form grid, and we're gonna group it by day. Let's go here, paste all of that. Here we are mapping on the grouped availability fields of each day of week. We're gonna go up here and let's say const grouped availability fields equals to object.groupBy, and here we are basically grouping availability fields by day of week. So we are saying those are the availabilities for Monday and those are the availabilities for Tuesday and so on. Okay, but from where are we getting these availability fields? We're gonna use a function named useFieldArray. I think this is coming from React hook form, yeah? It's using the form control. So let's put the form here. Okay, so this is our form. So simply this function is gonna take the availabilities field. We have a field in our form named availabilities. It's gonna take it and it's going to give us those methods, append and remove, in order to add items or remove items. We're gonna rename the append to add availability and remove to remove availability. And also it's gonna give us its fields, in which we are going to name it availability fields. Okay? So here we are, when we are grouping the availability fields, we are calling the object.group by on those availability fields. And then we are grouping them, as we said, by day of week. So here we can say something like on Monday, we have availabilities from like 9 to 10, also from 12 to 1 p.m. and so on. We're grouping availabilities by days. We have other availabilities on Tuesday, here, Tuesday, availabilities, and so on. You get the idea, right? So let's go back here. Let's import fragment from React. We are displaying those availabilities in a grid like that, and we are mapping on the days of week to display each day label here, and here display a button to add availability here on click. As you can see, we are calling add availability, and then we are giving it the day of week and start time from 9, end time to 5. This is the default initial value, and displaying a plus icon from Lewiside React. And here we're gonna render availability entries like start time here, start time input and end time input. This is coming from UI input. And here we are rendering an X icon to allow the user to remove availability, and on click we are calling the remove availability with the field.index. And those are field level validation messages. And finally here, let's render the save button. It's a simple button, as you can see, which is gonna be disabled when the form is submitting. Let's clean this a little bit. So here we have save button, here the availability form grid, and here the time zone selection. So the only thing left here is to create the onSubmit function. Let's remove these, you get the idea, right? And let's here define the onSubmit function, which is gonna take the values of type schedule form schema, and then it's gonna try to save the schedule. This is a schedule action that we're gonna create right now. If it's done, it's gonna give the user a toast saying schedule saved successfully. If there is any error, it's gonna give a form error displaying this error. So let's go to schedule actions and let's create the save schedule function here. And this function should save the user's schedule and availabilities. So first of all, it's gonna also take unsafe data type of schedule form schema, and then get the user ID from auth, and then it's gonna get the success and data from safe parts of those unsafe data, of course based on the schedule form schema. If no success or no user ID, just throw an error. Here let's say no user ID. And then here we are destructuring or unpacking the availabilities and the rest of the schedule data from the data. And then we're gonna insert or update the user's schedule and then return the schedule ID. So we're gonna say destructure the ID as schedule ID from this operation. So we're gonna say await db.insert to the schedule table these values, the schedule data to that user ID who has a clerk user ID equal to user ID. And then we want to update the schedule if this user already exists. If the user has already a schedule, we want to update it. And this is why we're going to use a function named onConflictUpdate. Its target is going to be schedule table dot clerk user ID, and we're going to set it to schedule data. And then we're going to return the schedule ID to use it in the next step. So we're going to return the schedule table dot ID as ID. Of course, this is a function returning an object. And here, of course, we are destructuring the ID from the returned data, this ID, as schedule ID. So right now we have the schedule ID. And then we want to delete any existing availabilities for this schedule, then update those availabilities. Okay, how are we going to do that? We're gonna create some statements using this function coming from Drizzle ORM. We're gonna call these statements, which is gonna be of batch item postgres, meaning that we're gonna create many SQL statements and we're gonna batch execute them. So first, we're gonna delete any existing availabilities. So we're gonna say here in the first item of the statements array, delete from the schedule availability table, where equal schedule availability table.schedule ID equals to schedule ID. Basically, this will delete any availabilities for this schedule. And then we're gonna say if we actually have availabilities, we're gonna insert them to the schedule availability table. So here we deleted the old availabilities and we pushed the new availabilities. So we're gonna map on each availability and insert to the schedule table.values each availability and link it to the schedule ID. Link that availability to the saved schedule. And then finally, we're gonna say await db.batch the statements, which is gonna run all statements in a single transaction. And here, of course, we're gonna catch any errors and then revalidate the path schedule. Okay, of course, here we are updating the schedule, so we're gonna revalidate the schedule path. Now let's go back here in the schedule form and import save schedule action. And here we need to import z here from Zod. Click save. And here actually we forgot to import the form from UI form. And I think we're good to go. Now let's check our application. Oh, we forgot to import the schedule form. I do it all the time. So let's uncomment that and import schedule form. And I can see TypeScript is complaining here. Let's see why. All right, I think this is because the schedule could be undefined. So let's see here. Okay, let's make the get schedule only return a full schedule. So yeah, I think now we're good to go. The error disappeared. Now click save. Let's go to our application and there you go. This is our schedule. Of course, right now it's an empty schedule. It doesn't have any availabilities. Let's try to add availabilities. Mondays from 9 to 5. Click save. I got here schedule saved successfully. Let's check our database. So, schedule availability table. I got one availability here from 9 to 5, nice, on Monday. And that availability has a relation or belongs to this schedule, which belongs to that Clerk user ID, which is my ID. So nice. Let's check the schedules. This is my schedule, which has schedule availabilities. This one from 9 to 5 and so on. Okay, everything is working as intended. Let's try to add another one. Here, Fridays from, okay, we are getting the validation errors here, very nice. Okay, let's say from 12 to 11. Okay, this start time obviously is after that end time. Okay, nice. We got the validation error. End time must be after start time. Let's try to say 11 to 11. Again, end time must be after start time. Okay, let's try to make them kinda overlap. So we're gonna say from 11 to 15, which is fine. Click save. Schedule saved successfully. Let's quickly refresh here. Okay, nice. Now we have two availabilities. This is the one that we just added from 11 to 15 on Friday also belongs to my schedule. So everything is working. Now let's try to add here another one on the same day, also from 11 to 15. As you can see, availability overlaps with one another. If I say from 11 to 14, it's also gonna give me availability overlaps with one another, because here we have availability from 11 to 15 and here from 11 to 14, it's not gonna work. Even if I try to say from 11 to 17, it's not gonna work. I have to say here from 16 to 17, which is gonna work. Now I can click save and it should reflect here. Yeah, very nice. Now let's try to delete all of them. And if we go here, we shouldn't see them reflect right away, right? Because we said that we only going to update these data, the schedule availabilities and the schedules, the relation between the two of them, when we update our schedule. So right now, after I deleted all of them, that was just client side, I'm gonna update my schedule, just Monday from 9 to 7, or from 9 to 5, sorry. And now I'm gonna reload my database, and now it's updated. So if you remove this, it's just client side. Remember here in the schedule form, this remove availability is just client side function. It's just gonna remove it from the client side view, from the form here. Okay? It's not gonna do anything with our database. We have to add new availabilities here, like those ones from 9 to 5. Then let's make this from 9 to 11. And here, let's say from here 11. And let's say here from 13, which is 1 p.m. to 5. Okay, click save. Saved successfully. Now reload. And it's reflected and updated here. Very nice. And now we're done with the schedule feature. So right now we have the events and the schedule features. So let's move on to the next step. Alright then, let's jump into the public side of things, where users can share their profile and booking links so others can easily book meetings with them. And let's start by creating the public book page. I remember here we created a public book page. Yeah, this one. Let's delete all of that. And simply here we're gonna create that public page. We're gonna get the user and is loaded or not from a Clerk function named useUser. And this is a hook, so we have to say use client. And if the user is not loaded yet, return a loading component. We're gonna create it right now. And if no user at all, return a redirect to the login page. And then we wanna redirect the user to the booking public profile page. This is the page where we can show to the public, to anyone. This is not a private page. So let's quickly create that loading component. I'm gonna copy that, go to components, create a new file, loading.tsx. And here we're gonna create that loading component. And I got that loading indicator from a package named React Loading Indicators. Let's install it. We're gonna say npm install React Loading Indicators. And now click save. And by the way, this is the React Loading Indicators that I'm talking about. Let's take a look at it. Those are a bunch of loading indicators. You can install this package, copy any of this code, and you're gonna get any of these indicators. Now let's import the loading component. And right now, if I go to the public profile, I'm gonna be redirected to that page, /book/ the user ID. So let's create that page. Here inside of book, we're gonna create a new folder dynamically because we're gonna take the clerk user ID dynamically, and inside of it, let's create a page.tsx. And here we're gonna create that page, public profile page, which is gonna take the clerk user ID from the params here. And then we wanna get the user in order to display a public profile component that takes the user ID and the full name of the user. So here we're gonna say const client equals to await clerk client, and that clerk client is coming from clerk Next.js server. And here we're gonna say const user equals to await client.users.getUser with the clerk user ID. And if you're asking yourself why you are not using this function like we did before, or this function, simply because both of these functions are used by authenticated users. I use these functions to get my ID, for example, or the ID of the person, the authenticated person using the application. But here, this is a public profile. We just need the clerk user ID and then show that user info to the public. Okay, we are not showing them to the user himself. We are showing the data to the public. So non-authenticated users can see this page. And this is why we are using clerk client and saying user equal client.users to .getUser, and then give that getUser function the clerk user ID. Okay? So right now, let's go ahead and create the public profile component. Let's go to components, create a new file as usual, PublicProfile.tsx. It will be a client component, and that component is gonna take user ID and full name as props of type public profile props. So let's go ahead and create that public profile props. And then, since we are displaying the public events for the user, because of course this is the public profile, at some point we're gonna want to use a function named getPublicEvents. So before doing anything here, let's create this function. Of course, it's a server action. So let's go to events actions, and let's here create this function, which is gonna fetch all active public events for a specific user. And this action or this function is gonna take clerk user ID of type string and return a promise that's eventually going to resolve to an array of public events, which is a type that we have to create right now. So let's define the public event type. And here we are removing isActive from the event row and adding another one explicitly here. It's like saying the version of this event is guaranteed to be active. No maybe, no false. This is just for type safety, okay? And here, simply we are using the findMany method to get from the event table all the events where user ID column equal to clerk user ID, and the isActive has to be true. If an event has isActive equal to false, do not return it, okay? And then we're gonna sort it in ascending order, and then we're gonna return the events as public event or as an array of public events. So right now we have normal events and we have public events. So let's go back here to the public profile and let's fetch the public events inside useEffect like that, and only refresh those events when the user ID changes. So here we're gonna need to use effect from React, and here get public events from our actions. And here when the public events arrives, we're gonna set the event state or public event state with those events. But we don't have that state just yet, so let's create it. We're gonna use state from React, which is gonna take a public event type, which is the public event that we just created. And actually that state is gonna contain array of public events, or it could be null, and initially we're gonna initialize it to null. So here, whenever we get the public events, we're gonna set the event state to those public events. And here simply we're gonna say, while the events equal to null, just return the loading component. So while the events is being fetched or the public events is being fetched, we're gonna show the loading component. Otherwise, of course, we're gonna return our logic in a div like that, which has these class names. And then here, first of all, if this is the profile owner, it's not just a public person viewing that profile, it's the profile owner. We're gonna show him that info message with eye icon coming from Lewiside React, telling him this is how people will see your public profile. So we're gonna need to get the user info. We're gonna go up here and let's say destructure the user from useUser, and that useUser is coming from Clerk Next.js. And then after that, we want to display the user's name here, his full name. And also if this is the profile owner, we want to show them a copy profile URL button. Here we're gonna get a copy icon from Lewiside React. And here on click, whenever the user clicks on that button, we wanna execute that function, copy profile URL. So let's go ahead and define this function here, which is also gonna use the navigator.clipboard to copy the profile URL to the user's clipboard. And here give him a toast saying profile URL copied to clipboard, and that's it. Here we are catching errors. Then provide a welcome message. This will be shown to anyone, not just the profile owner. And then we want to show the actual public events in a public event card like that. So we're going to display them in a grid view. And in case there are no events, we're going to say no events available at the moment. Otherwise, we're going to map on the events, and for each event, we're going to show a public event card component. So let's go ahead and define that component. So go to components, create a new file, public event card.tsx, and actually that component is going to be pretty similar to the event card that we created before, except that here we're not going to show a button to copy the link of the event. This is something related to the authenticated users only. So here we are defining the props, which is going to take all of these props, and here we're going to render a card that has only a select button that will take the user. Here, any public user, it's going to take them to the booking page where they can actually book that event with the event owner. Okay? Now save that component and let's go back here and import it. Also save it and let's go back here and import the public profile component. Now everything is ready, save everything. And let's go back to our application, go to public profile, loading. And now this is my public profile. I have only one event here. I can copy the profile URL, give it to anyone, then paste it here, loading, and this is my profile here. Right now, I can select that event, which is gonna take me to the booking page, but we didn't create it just yet. But here, let's create a private event. Let's name it private, no description, active, false, save. And this is my private event. If I go to my public profile, I shouldn't see it. Yeah, exactly. So everything is working perfectly. Alright, we finally reached the most exciting part of the project, the one I'm sure many of you have been waiting for. We're about to integrate Google Calendar to our app, Calendra, so people can book events with us, and those booked events will automatically show up in the user's Google Calendar. That means they can get reminders, set alarms, and stay organized without any extra effort. And we're gonna do all of that using the Google APIs. So first of all, head to Google, go to your Google account, and then search for Google Console. Then go to their website, console.cloud.google.com, and inside of your Google Cloud, choose Select Project, then create a new project. And let's name your app Calendra, then click Create, and then choose this project that you just created, Calendra, then go to Dashboard, and then here search for APIs and services. First of all, let's enable the Google Calendar API. So go here and click on Enable APIs and Services. And here, let's search for Calendar. I typed Calendra by mistake, but anyways, I got the Google Calendar API. Go to it and click Enable. And then let's go to Credentials and click here on Create Credentials. Then choose OAuth Client ID. Okay, it's required to configure consent screen first, so let's do it. Click on Get Started, app name, Calendra, then put your email here, click Next, and then in Audience choose External, since we want our application to be used by anyone, so click External, and then Contact Information, also put your email, then click Finish, Continue, Create, then create OAuth client, authentication type web application. Let's name it web client 1, it's okay. Here if you want to add your domain name, which is localhost for now, or later when we deploy our application to Vercel, you can add your domain name here, but it's not required, I'm not gonna do it. Here we're gonna need to get this authorized redirect URIs, and actually we're gonna get it from our Clerk project. So let's go to Clerk, go to your dashboard, and then go to your project Calendra, go to Configure, and then choose SSO Connections, and then choose Google here, and click on Edit Google Settings, and then we're gonna use Custom Credentials. See here the authorized redirect URI, we're gonna copy that. Then go back here to Google Cloud and add that authorized redirect URI, and then click on Create. Then Google is gonna give you a client ID and a client secret. Copy that client ID, go back to Clerk dashboard, paste the client ID here, and then also copy the client secret and paste it here. And now let's put all of these credentials in our project's env file. Let's go to env file here, and let's create these three variables: Google Auth client ID and client secret, and the redirect URL. Then let's go ahead and copy the Google client ID and just paste it here, and then copy the client secret and also paste it here, and then copy the authorized redirect URI and then paste it here. Now click Save. Let's go back to Clerk. We're gonna need to add some scopes also. So here back in the Google Cloud Console, save all of that. And let's go to Data Access. And here choose Add or Remove Scopes. Then choose these scopes, userinfo.email, then userinfo.profile, then OpenID, and then we're gonna need to add a scope here. What do we need to add? We're gonna need to add the Google Calendar Events scope. So just go to Google and search for Google Calendar API scopes, then choose the first result. It's gonna redirect you to the scopes page. Here, as you can see, we have many scopes. The only one we're gonna use here in our project is this one, googleapis.com/auth/calendar.events. So copy that, and let's go back here to our Google console and paste it and then add to table. And right now it's added to the table. Then after that, click on Updates, and then click Save. And then let's go back to Audience. And here, after we finish our application and deploy it to Vercel to the internet, we can publish the app so that it can be used by any Google user. But for now, we're gonna add test users. I'm gonna put my email, this one, then click Save. And that's it. Now we can use our application from just this email. You can put your email as a test user. And then after that, when you wanna publish your application to all Google users, you're gonna publish app, you're gonna click on publish app here, but you should know that at this point, it's gonna go through some verification process from Google and stuff like that, okay? I think we've done everything here, but we didn't add the scope here, right? So let's add it. Let's copy this scope and add it here to Clerk. Scopes, click Adds, and yeah, we're good to go. Also click Update here. And that's it. Now let's go back to our project and open the terminal. And let's install the Google APIs package. We're gonna say npm install Google APIs, press enter. And there we go, Google APIs is installed. Now let's go to our server directory. And inside of server, we're gonna create a new folder and name it Google. And inside of Google, we're gonna create a file named Google Calendar.ts. And let's make this file a server file. We're gonna say use server, which means it's only gonna run on the server. And let me also leave a comment here for you on what this file supposed to do. Okay, perfect. And here, first of all, we're gonna create a function that's going to get auth client from Google. So we're gonna name it getAuthClient, which is gonna take a Clerk user ID of type string, and then it's gonna initialize a client using the Clerk client, and then it's gonna get the Google access token from Clerk using the Clerk user ID by saying client.users.getUser access or auth access token of Google, and then we're gonna of course provide the Clerk user ID here. And then we're gonna destructure the returned data. If no data, just throw an error. Otherwise, we're gonna generate an OAuth client by saying new Google. That Google is gonna come from the Google APIs. So let's go up here and import Google from Google APIs. And then here we're gonna get the auth client by saying new google.auth.auth OAuth2, and then we're gonna provide the client ID, client secret, and the redirect URL. And then we're gonna set the credentials using the obtained access token here. And right now we have a Google OAuth client. Now we can use this function whenever we do any Google API operation, okay? Our next step is to create the booking events page. The page which will allow users to book events with other users. So let's go here to Clerk user ID folder, and inside of it, let's create another dynamic folder, dynamic route, and name it event ID. And inside of it, let's create our page, page.tsx, And let's create the page. That page is gonna take params dynamically, which is a promise that we're gonna resolve to clerk user ID of type string and event ID of type string. And here, of course, we need to destructure the user ID and the event ID. And then, of course, we need to fetch the event that the user is going to book. So we're gonna use the getEvent action. And if the event doesn't exist, we're gonna give the user an alert message saying that the event doesn't exist anymore. And that alert triangle is coming from Lewiside React. And then we're gonna need to get the valid times, the user's valid times. So we're gonna create a start date, which is a date range from now, rounded up to the nearest 15 minutes, to 1 year later, 1 year after that. And we're gonna use a function named round to nearest minutes, coming from a package named date functions. Let's install it. We're gonna type npm install date-fns, which is functions. And now it's installed. Let's import this function. Okay, it's not recognized. I don't know why. So let's write that imports manually. We're gonna need all of these functions from the date functions package. This function will take a new date, which represents now, the current time, and we're gonna say nearest to 15 and rounding method seal. And the end date is gonna be end of day function, which is also coming from date functions package. Then we're gonna add years from the start date and 1 year ahead. And then we're gonna generate a valid available time slots for the event using this function. We're gonna create this function right now. But let me tell you what this logic is doing here. If the current time is 2 p.m., for example, then the next few 15-minute time slots would be from 2 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. Then from 2:15 to 2:30 p.m. and so on. You get the idea, right? So, okay, right now we're gonna need to create this function, the getValidTimes from schedule, which will allow us to get all the valid times of a user from his schedule. So this function is gonna be in the schedule actions here. Okay, what should this function do? We want to filter a list of time slots and return only those that match the user's availability schedule and also don't overlap with existing Google Calendar events. So in that case, we have to get in touch with his Google Calendar to know what events exactly do they have in their Google Calendar, right? So create the function. It's gonna be an asynchronous function. And this function is gonna take 2 arguments. The first one is all possible time slots to check, which is gonna be an array of dates. And that argument has the name times in order. And also we're gonna take the event, the only event specific data that we're gonna need, which is the user ID of type string and the duration in minutes. And of course, it's gonna be of type number. And this function is gonna return a promise that eventually going to resolve to an array of dates. Of course, we want valid times, so we're gonna return array of dates. And then let's unpack the data from the event. We're gonna take the clerk user ID, and also we're gonna take the duration in minutes. And then we're gonna need to define the start and end of the overall range to check. So we're gonna say start equals to times of in order of index 0, which is the first item, and the end is the last item at -1 or at index -1. And then we're gonna say if no start or end, just return an empty array. There are no times to check. And then of course we're gonna need the user's schedule. So we're gonna say const schedule equals to await get schedule using the user ID. And of course when we get that schedule, we're gonna get it with their availabilities. Then also if no schedule, return an empty array. And then we want to group availabilities by day of week like we did before, remember? So we're going to say grouped availabilities equals to object.groupBy schedule.availabilities. Take each availability and group it by availability.day of week. And then, as we said, we want to get all the users' calendar or Google Calendar events. So we're going to use this function, which we're going to create later. That's going to fetch all existing Google Calendar events between the start and end times. So simply we're going to give it the user ID and an object containing the start and end dates. And now before we go along with this function, let's define this function, which is going to get the Google Calendar events for the user. We're going to create it in our Google Calendar file here. And as we said, that function should get calendar events for a user between a range of given dates. And this function will take a Clerk user ID of type string and an object containing start and end of type dates. And this function will return a promise which will resolve to an array of objects containing start and end dates. And here we're going to make a try-catch blocks. And whenever any error happens, catch it this way. And here in the try block, what do you think the first step that we're gonna need to do? Remember when we said that whenever we're gonna do a Google API process, we're gonna use this function to get the auth client? This is exactly what we're gonna do here. We're gonna get the auth client using the Clerk user ID, and if it doesn't exist, just throw this error. And then we're gonna fetch the Google Calendar events using this code. We're gonna say const events, or you can call it Google Calendar events, whatever. Await Google.calendar version 3.events.lists, and then we're gonna give it all these data. Calendar ID primary, event types default, which means only fetch regular non-special events, single events true, and then we're gonna give it the start of the time range, time min, which is start.to isostring, and time max is the end of the time range. And here we are limiting the number of returned events to 2500, and the auth equals to OAuth client. Right now we should have the Google Calendar events. So what should we do with those events? Simply we're gonna process and format those events. So here we're gonna return those formatted events. How are we formatting it? We're gonna loop on the event.data.items and map on each event, and if event.start, meaning that we are handling all day events, no specific time, just a date, a whole day or a whole date. If the event has start.date and end.date, and of course it's optional because it might not have it, we're gonna return a start and an end, which is gonna be the return of start of day coming from date functions, which is gonna be new date event.start.date, which is gonna set the time to 00. As you can see, this is of course the beginning of any day. We said here that we want all day events, remember? So we need to get the start of the day, which is 0000, and the end of the day, or the end time of the day, which is 23:59, or 23 is 11 actually. So this is the last minute of the day. This is the first minute of any day, and this is the last minute of any day. So here we're gonna call end of day from date functions. And in case we have timed events with exact start and end date times, we're gonna say if event.start.date time. Okay, here we said .date, but here we're saying date time. And also if we have event.end.date time, we're gonna also return the start and end times. The start is gonna be new date of event.start.date time, and here we are calling the new date to convert it to a JavaScript date object. And of course we're gonna do the same for the end time. And whenever the map function finds a date that doesn't have time data, it's gonna return undefined. okay? And then we're gonna filter the results, okay? After mapping, we're gonna filter the results. Of course, we are filtering the undefined dates or undefined data. So basically here we are taking each date and we're gonna filter out any date that is undefined. And that's it. This is our Google Calendar or Get Calendar event times. Now let's go back here to the schedule actions and import this function. Now we have our event times. Okay, what are we gonna do with it? We want to filter those event times and return only valid time slots based on the user availability and also based on conflicts to make sure we don't have any conflicts. So we're gonna need to filter those times in order. And since we are filtering something, we usually use the filter function and we're gonna return the result, okay? Okay, what are we gonna do inside of this filter function? We're gonna take each interval date and then we're gonna get the availabilities of the user using a function named getAvailabilities. Let's quickly define this function here. And that getAvailabilities is gonna take grouped availabilities. And then here we are saying partial and then record. Let's explain each one of them. First, let's talk about the record. The record is something in TypeScript or a utility that creates a type where this is the key. Think of it as an object, okay? This is going to be the key of each item and this is the value. So the key is gonna be any day of the week. It can be Monday, Sunday, Tuesday, and so on. And here the value is gonna be arrays of availability data. And each item in that array represents an availability. And this is why it's inferred here from the schedule availability table. And the whole thing is wrapped in partial, meaning that not all days of the week have to be present in the grouped availabilities. Some days may be missing entirely because of course the user could be not available in some days, right? He could only have availabilities on Monday and Tuesday and so on. So basically here it expects a grouped availabilities in that way. An object that has keys like Monday, and that Monday should have value like an array, and that array can contain many availability objects like here start or start time or whatever, 9, and end time, let's say 5, and here it could have another availability like here let's say from 9 to 2 and here from 2 to 5 and so on, and it can have another availability array for let's say Wednesday. Here this could be from 11 to 2 and so on. You get the idea. And of course Thursdays might not be there at all, right? Fridays also couldn't be there, and this is why we are saying partial here. Okay? I hope this is clear. Now let's get back to the get availabilities here. The second argument is gonna be a date of type date, and the third argument is gonna be a time zone of type string, and then it's gonna return array of objects containing start and end dates. And then here simply we're gonna determine the day of the week based on this data, the given data, and we're gonna use all of these functions from date functions. Gonna go ahead and import all of them. If the day of the week is not determined, return an empty array and then get the availabilities for the determined day. So we're gonna say day availabilities equals to grouped availabilities of index day of week, and if it doesn't exist, if there are no availabilities, also return an empty array. And then as we said, we want to return array of objects containing start and end dates. So we're gonna need to map on each availability and map that availability to a start and end date objects or object adjusted to the user's time zone. Okay, how are we gonna do it? We're gonna map on the day availabilities and take the start time and end time, and we're gonna parse the start time into hours and minutes like that, and we're gonna do the same for the end time. And then we're gonna need to create a start date object. We're gonna call the set hours on the date and start hour, and then we're gonna call set minutes on the returned value from this set hours and our start minute. And then we're gonna use a function named fromZonedTime. Okay, what does this function do? Basically, you give this function a time and a time zone, and it returns back a date object that represents that time in that time zone. And this is why we're gonna use this function. And this function is coming from a package named datefunctions-tz, which is an extension to the datefunctions package. So let's install it. And then let's go up here and import this function. And finally here we're gonna return the start and end availability interval. Now let's import the days of the week. We forgot to import it. So yeah, now we're done with the getAvailabilities function. Of course, here don't forget that we are mapping here on the day availabilities. We are using the map function and returning these data. And then we are here returning the returned data from the map function, okay? This is just a reminder. And now let's go back to this function. We were returning times in order.filter, and then we are looping on each interval date and getting the user availabilities. And then here we're gonna create the event interval. Of course, the start time is gonna be the interval date, and the end time is gonna be add minutes, and then we're gonna add duration in minutes to the interval date. So right now we have the user's availabilities from our database, okay? And we have a time range of a potential event starting at this interval. Right now we want to synchronize this with the event times from Google, okay? From the Google Calendar. Now we have the availabilities from our database, we have the event interval, and we want to synchronize everything with the event times coming from Google Calendar. So we're gonna keep only the time slots that satisfy two conditions. The first one is that this time slot doesn't overlap with any existing Google Calendar events, right? And the second one is the entire proposed event fits within at least one availability window from the user availabilities here from our database. As we said, we are synchronizing our database, our application with the Google Calendar. So we're gonna loop on the event times, and we're gonna return the event time that aren't overlapping with the event interval. So here we're gonna say return not are intervals overlapping, and then we're gonna give it the event time and the event interval, and this function is coming from date functions. And then here, as we said, we want also the event to fit within at least one availability window. So we're gonna say availabilities.sum, and then we're gonna loop on each availability and return only if the event interval.start is within the availability. Start is inside availability. And this is why we're gonna use this function is within interval, also coming from date functions. And also we're gonna do the same for the end time. It has to be inside availability. So here, to sum up, basically all of this complicated code is getting all the possible dates or times from now up to 1 year later, okay? All possible start dates and also all possible end dates. And then it's giving those two dates to this function. Of course, after we do an interval, we're gonna convert it to an interval with a step 15. So this will become time intervals from now to 1 year ahead. And also we're gonna give this function the event that we wanna book eventually. And this function is gonna take those time intervals in order and the event, and it's gonna take the very first start time and the end time. Then it's gonna get the schedule of the user, and then it's gonna group his availabilities, and then it's gonna get all the event times from their Google Calendar, and then it's gonna get all the availabilities from our database for that user. And simply, since right now it has all his availabilities from our database and all the event times from the Google Calendar, and also all the time or time slots or time intervals that it wants to check, here it's gonna return all time slots that doesn't overlap with any existing calendar events for that user, and also the event that fits within at least one availability window for that user, okay? Now click Save, and let's go back here, import this function. And here, if no valid times, we want to handle this case. So we're going to say if no valid times or the valid times.length equal to 0, return that component, no time slots, which is going to take the event and the calendar user and give him some message. So let's quickly define this component, no time slots.tsx. And here that component is going to take an event and a calendar user. Those are their types. And render a card displaying these messages, book the event name with the calendar user.fullname and so on. And here it's saying that this user is currently booked up. Save this component and import it here. And here finally we want to render the booking form with the list of valid available times. So let's import all of card components. And here we're gonna need to render this meeting form. Of course, that form is gonna take the valid times, the event ID, and the clerk user ID. Here we forgot to get the calendar user. So let's go up here and get the client from clerk client, and then get the calendar user from clerk. So yeah, now let's go ahead and define this component. So now you know the drill. We're gonna create that component, so go to Components and go to Forms, create a new file, name it meetingform.tsx. It's gonna be a client component, and here this is what the component should do. And here we're gonna create that component. It's gonna take valid times, event ID, and clerk user ID as we said. The times, of course, is gonna be array of dates. The event ID is gonna be a string, and clerk user ID is gonna be a string. Then here, as usual, we're gonna create a form instance, the usual stuff. Of course, it's gonna infer its data from the meeting form schema. So let's create that schema. We're gonna go to the schema folder and create a new file for meetings. And here we're gonna create a base schema, and then we're gonna create one schema for the form, and here we're gonna merge the base schema to the meeting form, and we're gonna create another one named meeting action. So later when we create the create meeting action, the function that will allow us to create a meeting, we're gonna merge the meeting schema base to that meeting action schema. So basically here we're creating a base schema, also the usual stuff. Here it's gonna have a start time of the meeting, guest email, guest name, guest notes, and a time zone. And then the meeting form schema is gonna have a date, and it must be a valid date and must be today or later. This is why we are using start of day function, and we are providing this message in case of an error, and we are merging the base schema to it as we said. And here the action schema, the meeting action schema, is a different schema, and also we are merging the base schema to it, okay? So now let's go back here and import the meeting form schema. And here we are providing the default values for the form. And now we want to create some state for the time zone and date, but we want this state to be related to the React hook form. And this is why we're going to say const time zone equals to form.watch the time zone and date equals to form.watch the date. Here in the schema, remember, we have time zone and date. So we want to watch them. We're going to create something similar to the React state, but it's more of a React hook form state, okay? And then whenever the user chooses their time zone, let's say someone from the United States chose the United States time zone, we want to convert to the United States time zone. So here we're gonna use memo. So the conversion only runs when valid times or time zone changes. Of course, we can also use effect, but here we are using use memo because it's better with caching and stuff. So we're gonna import it from React. And here this is coming from date functions. And here inside of this function, we are mapping on the valid times, these valid times, and we are taking each date and converting it to the user's time zone. And as we said, we're gonna execute that operation, or we're gonna calculate this whenever the valid times or time zone changes. And we are using useMemo for caching. And then let's create the onSubmit function, which is gonna also take values, you know the drill. And here it's gonna execute the create meeting action. So let's create that action. So let's go to actions. I don't think we created a meeting action before, yeah. So let's create a new file here in actions called meeting.ts, or let's name it meetings. And here we're gonna create the create meeting action. This action is gonna take unsafe data, infer it from the meeting action schema. Remember when we created here a meeting form schema and a meeting action schema, and we merged both of them with the meeting schema base. And here we are initializing the path. I think we are using redirect here. Yeah, okay, we're gonna change that. We know already that the redirect has a bug or something like that, so we're gonna do that later. But right now, we are getting the data from safe parsing, the unsafe data, and so on. And here we are getting the event from our database, the usual stuff. Is active has to be true. Clerk user ID has to be equal to data.clerk user ID, and the ID has to be equal to data.event ID. And all of these conditions have to be true all together. This is why we are using AND. If no event, throw an error. And here we are converting the start time from the user's time zone to. And then we're gonna check if the selected time is valid for the event's availability. So we're gonna say const valid times equals to get valid times from schedule using the time zone, this time zone, and the event. If no valid time, throw an error. And then we're gonna use a function named create calendar event to actually create the Google Calendar event with all the details. So let's create this function. Let's go to the Google Calendar file. This function, since it's gonna book an event on the Google Calendar, it's gonna have to take all of these data: clerk user ID, guest name, email, start time, guest notes, duration in minutes, and the event name. And here we are returning a calendar event, a Google Calendar event. This is a specific type coming from Google APIs called calendar version 3.schema event. Okay? Here we are getting the auth client, getting the user from Clerk, then getting his primary email. If no primary email, throw an error. And then we're gonna insert in the Google Calendar events by using this code, google.calendar version 3, all of these data, okay? Here import the app minutes when calculating the end date time. And finally, we're gonna return the calendar event.data. And that's it. Now let's import this function here. And here, let's remove the finally block, and I'm gonna copy or remove the path variable from here by cutting it, so that I want to say router.push to the path. No, not this router. Remove this. So here we have to say const router equals to use router coming from next navigation. And here, of course, we're gonna have to say something like const, let's say meeting data equals to await create meeting. And here we're gonna say meeting data. Also here, meeting data. And here as well. Here, meeting data, and here, meeting data also. So right now we should return the meeting data from the create meeting, right? So let's go here. After creating the calendar event, we can say return something like, what do we want to return? An object containing the data.clerk user ID, or here we're gonna say return clerk user ID from the data.clerk user ID. And here we have the event ID. So here event ID from data.event ID. And finally, we're gonna need the start time. So we're gonna return start time from data.start time. So this is going to be returned from the create meeting. Now let's import it. And yeah, we're good to go. Now let's continue. After the onSubmit function here, we're gonna return our actual form, typical form, nothing different here. Let's import it. And then this is the time zone selection field. I think we've already done something like that before. So yeah, this is the time zone selection field. This is the error area. And this is the date picker field. And we're gonna get that date picker from ShadCN. If we go to ShadCN and type date picker, you can find something like that. This is what we want in our application. And in order to install it, we're gonna need component named popover. And we're also gonna need calendar. So we're gonna need to install both of them. So let's install the popover. Copy that and paste it here. Use force. And also let's install calendar. And while it's installing, let's see what's going on here. Let's go to the date picker. Here, in order to have a date picker like that, we're gonna need to create a mix between a popover and a calendar like that. And this is exactly what we did here in our code. Inside of this form field, the date picker, we put a popover that includes a calendar here. So we're gonna import the popover from UI popover, and here its trigger, and here button, of course, and here the cn function. And here, if there is a date, we want to format it. Otherwise, we're gonna type pick a date. So if the user didn't pick a date yet, we're gonna say to them pick a date. Otherwise, if he picks a date, we're gonna format that date and display it to them. So let's go to formatters. I'm gonna go ahead and create the rest of our formatters. This is a formatter to display the only time, like 9:45 a.m. And this function will format time string into a short style time string. This will do the same for dates in order to display the date like that. And this formats dates. And this formats both date and time. If you wanna display a date and a time like that, in that way, we're gonna use this function which uses that formatter, okay? Save it. And let's go back here and import this from our formatters. And this calendar icon coming from Lewiside Reacts. This is coming from Popover. And then the calendar component is coming from ShadCN. And here we want to only allow setting dates that have available time slots. Let me explain that code to you. Here we are using the sum function on the valid times in time zone. And here we are taking each date of the calendar. If we take a look here at the ShadCN calendar component, you can see that here in the disabled prop, they provide you with a date instance, which is gonna represent each date here, okay? This is the calendar component, and inside of the disabled property, you can take each one of these dates. So here we are taking each date, and we want to make this disabled only if the date doesn't have any available time slots. So we are using the sum function and taking each time from the time slots and checking, is it the same day as this date? If at least one time from these valid times is in the same day as this date, the sum function is gonna return true. This is how the sum function works. So if it returns true, then this whole statement will be false because we are saying not here. See? So when this is false, this is not going to be disabled. Okay? And exactly the opposite will happen if this returns false, meaning that if we used the sum function and compared each time with that date, and none of the dates is on the same day as any of the times of these valid times, this is going to return false. So when we reverse it here using that exclamation mark, which is the not operator in JavaScript, this whole statement will return true. And this means that the disabled is gonna be true. So at the end, that date will be disabled. So here basically we're only enabling the dates that have valid time slots. Okay? And now here we have the time selection fields. Of course, if there is no date or time zone, we're gonna disable it and changing it on change. Default value is the field.value and so on. And here we wanna show time options only for the selected day. So we're gonna apply the filter method on the valid times. Check also if the time is same day as the date. And then filter means that we're gonna return all the times for the selected date or the selected day. And then we're gonna map on each item and show a select item component. Its value is gonna be the time to ISO string. And here the guest name input, here the guest email, and here optional notes text area, and here the cancel and submit buttons. If the user cancels, we're gonna redirect them to the public profile page. And here we're gonna show the book event button, which is gonna create the meeting. And here finally, we wanna say, while the form is submitting, return a component named booking. So let's define it. Here in components, booking.tsx, it's a very simple component that's gonna show that indicator from React loading indicators. So let's save and here import it. And now let's save everything and let's import the meeting form. And now let's test everything. Now let's go to my public profile and select an event. Failed to get auth client. Alright, I might know what's going on here. I have to sign out first. And then I want to grant access one more time to my Google Calendar. So I'm gonna remove myself from the Clerk project. And I'm gonna go back here and sign in one more time. As you can see, Right now, Google is involved in my app. Before, I used to sign in, no problem, right? But right now, Google is involved. It's giving me like a warning or something like that. It's telling me Google hasn't verified this application. So I can choose back to safety, but in my case, I'm gonna continue because I trust my application. It's gonna ask me, do you want to give access to this application, which is mine by the way? I'm gonna continue. It's gonna tell me that application uses my Google Calendar, okay? It view and edit events on all of my calendar events. So I'm gonna check it and click continue. Verify you're human, okay? So right now there are no events because as you already saw, I removed my account from Clerk. So right now I have a new ID. So let's start from scratch. Let's call the event Programming Fluency Talks. Duration 30 minutes. Let's talk about programming. This is the description. Click save. Okay, I'm gonna copy the link for that event and then paste it here in an incognito window. And there you go. I have the booking page, but of course, it's telling me that I'm currently booked up because I haven't specified any schedule. Let's choose anything, Wednesday from 9 to 5, save. So now if I go back here and reload, I should get the meeting form. And right now the error disappeared and this is our meeting form. Let's try to choose a date. Okay, I'm only available on Wednesdays. Let's choose this one. Meeting time, let's choose any time. Okay, let's go to temp mail. And here let's type anything. Let's say Elon Musk. Then copy the email, paste it here. Then here let's type anything. Let's say let's talk about programming. And now let's click here on book event. Okay, so far so good. And apparently everything is working and I was redirected to the success page here in which we have to create right now. Let's go to event ID here and inside of it we're gonna create a new page named success and inside of it we're gonna create a new file page .tsx and this page is actually very simple. It's gonna take the params and the search params. Search params is anything coming after question mark. So basically they are the query parameters. And here it's gonna get the event data through an error if there is no event. Then get the calendar user, the start time date. And then here it's gonna say successfully booked the event name with calendar user.fullname. And here you should receive an email and so on. Save everything. Let's reload this page. Oh, I have a typo here. This should be page, not pages. Now let's reload again. And there you go. I get my success page here. And let's see if I get an email here. Okay. Nice. I can accept the invitation. Then let's go to the Google Calendar on day 21. Yeah, Elon Musk with me here. So everything is working. This is my meeting with Elon Musk. Let's try it one more time from scratch. I'm gonna go to public profile, loading, copy profile URL. Then let's go here, paste it, select the event. There you go. This is the meeting form. Pick a date. Let's choose 28. select a meeting, pick the date again. Let's type any name, I don't know. Let's say Ross Geller from Friends. Copy that email, paste it, paste it here. And here, let's say, let's talk and book event. Okay, it's booking. And I was redirected to the success page. Now let's go back to the email list here. Yeah, back to list. And this is the confirmation to Ross Geller. I'm gonna click yes. Let's go to my Google Calendar, choose 28, and yeah, that's my event, Ross Geller with me. Very nice. And now we're actually done. The only thing left is to deploy our app to the internet. Alright, it's finally time to take our app live. We've built everything, tested the features, and now we're ready to share it with the world. Deploying it to the internet means anyone, anywhere can access what we've created. It's a big milestone and an exciting moment. So let's get it online and show everyone what we've been working on. First of all, let's go to your GitHub account and create a new repository. We're gonna name it Calendra, and I'm gonna make it private for now, but after I finish recording, I'm gonna change it back to public, okay? Now click on Create Repository, and then you're gonna be redirected to this page. Copy all of these commands, and then let's go back to our project, close everything, open the terminal, and paste all of these commands here. Now, I'm gonna open the README file here. I'm gonna change that content. You don't have to do that. It's just some description of this course. I'm gonna save, then let's type git add all, then git commit message, and then let's type a message saying finishing the project and deploying it. And then let's say git push. Now if we go back to our GitHub repository and reload, you can see our project here. Now I want to add a .env.example file. I want to leave it to you just to remind you of the environment variables you're gonna need in this project. So I'm gonna create a new file here, name it .env.example. And here in the .ignore, I'm just gonna ignore the .env file, not everything after env. And this is why I removed the star. And then I'm gonna copy everything from my .env file, paste it here, and I'm gonna remove the keys. So yeah, those are the environment variables. Let's open the terminal again and type git add all, git commit, let's say adding .env.example file, then git push. Now let's go back here and reload. And this is the file.env.example. Very nice. Now this is the final source code for our project. I'm gonna leave that link for you in the description of this course, okay? Now let's deploy it to the internet. We're gonna go to a website named Vercel, okay? In Vercel, you can deploy all of your Next.js projects. So, first of all, connect your Vercel account with your GitHub account, okay? It's a very simple process. Just log into your Vercel account and connect your GitHub account with your Vercel account. And then go here and import a project. This is all of our projects. You might want to give Vercel permission first to import repos from your GitHub account, but I already did that. So Here I'm gonna import Calendra, and here of course leave this as it is, and also leave this as it is. And here in the install command I'm gonna change it to npm install -- force, because of course of the React 19 issues and so on. And here we have to add our environment variables. So let's go ahead to our .env file, copy everything from here, and let's just paste it here and click on deploy. Okay, now it's building and deploying. It's gonna take some time. This is normal. Okay, we have a typo here. This should be npm install -- force, and here are the environment variables, deploy. And now congratulations, our application is deployed to the internet. Now go to your dashboard, and this is the link for our application. You can copy that link, give it to anyone in the world, and they can use your application. And now I can really tell you, congratulations. You've just built and deployed an awesome app. No, seriously, give yourself a pat on the back. Not only did you put in the work, but now you've got a polished live project that you can proudly show off to potential employers, freelance clients, or even just your friends and family. This is a real achievement and a solid addition to your portfolio. Keep going, this is how great developer careers are built. Thank you so much for taking this course, and I hope you have a great day and life. See you later. Have a great day and bye bye.